Welcome to this year's Red Bull King of the Air 2025.
I'm very excited for all the action.
But I'm also very excited to see for the second time in a row the Red Bull King of the Air women's division.
Oh my word, trick for trick, we're going into a stellar first heat here.
Whoa,
Really
what
quick.
angle.
This has got to be landed, come on!
I don't know.
Yeah!
Oh, what a magic
Shut
knows
down,
it.
Manny.
A
Good
big
timing.
moment. He's connected into a double front roll. It's with a doobie.
Wow, huge height, fully extending his body there on that board off.
Andrea Principe going absolutely massive with a dirty loop.
Good afternoon and a warm and windy welcome to all of you from around the globe and those of you listening here from South Africa to the beautiful city of Cape Town for day 2 of the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air, the world's most prestigious big air kitesurfing event where the world's top big air riders have gathered from around the globe here to Kite Beach, the kitesurfing mecca of the world. With me in the commentary booth, we're going to work through it. Therese, Lewis, Ruben, back here for day 2. The wind has been building up nicely. Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside.
Oh, I was at the beach all day yesterday and it was absolutely amazing. Blowing, the sand was flying, and I think today we're going to have just a good day.
Yeah, big call from the event team here to decide yesterday was good, but it wasn't quite enough. But I think this is quite a smart call, Ruben, you know. We're not far away now.
100% southeasterly is kicking in, and that's what we need for big air action. So what do you reckon, Colin?
I reckon it's happening. I think the white caps, as we spoke about on day 1, what it means to see white caps, white horses, where you just see the wind just piling in more and more, evident by the white water created over the open ocean. And that creates a feeling of excitement, adrenaline, and just getting you pumped for the day. So we hope that you viewers are strapped in and ready for an incredible day of big air kiteboarding. But how's the atmosphere amongst the riders at the moment? What are the guys feeling like?
Well, they've had a lay day, you know, yesterday, which I think they would have enjoyed, just a day off, because it's been so windy out here this year and this season. So they've had that little rest, and I think they've had a nice morning. It's nice sometimes not to be first thing on the morning at 7. So I think they've had a nice bit of preparation and they're ready to push it today.
Everybody was able to let the day 1 sink in and come up with their strategy. Of course, we had some upsets already with some riders being kicked out of the event. So let's see who's still in here.
Let's see, exactly, Ruben. So right now we will be showing you the comp ladder, and there you have it on your screen. That is where we currently are on the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. So Lewis, take us from the top down, bro. Where are we so far?
Yeah, Zac Adams was the big shock in round 1. We are in round 2 completing that. But as we have a little overview, what's happened here, you know, Luca Taruti, South African, he'll be happy to have made it through first as well, getting through. Heat 3, Lorenzo, he smashed it. Heat 4, Koan, a good one too. Heat 5, that was another one we weren't maybe expecting. Steno getting ousted by Giel Vlugt. He's unfortunately out already, Steno. And Heat 6, Andrea Principi, he smashed it too. So we're completing the rest of round 2 here, Colin. It's going to be exciting.
So yeah, in Heat 10 we got Baptiste Jacquemin from France coming on against Leonardo Casati from Italy. And then in the next heat we see Charles Brodel, of course, on his foil kite, taking on Zac Adams, really a Grom, and then Elliot Bouton and Jeremy Burlando to complete round number 2.
So exactly, incredible actions from day 1. So we are now going to go into just some highlights, some epic points, top points, moments from day number 1, as I'm sure all of you were sitting on the edge of your seats of a spectacular day 1. So Teresa, take us away, what we see in front of us.
Yeah, what a crazy start from our women rookie Lana Herman that really took control of her heat yesterday with some high scoring trick. The kite loop bought off, the kite loop laid back. Such an impressive performance from our rookie.
It was indeed. No, nobody was expecting it. But then Zara also threw in an incredible effort, as you saw there, with a 1-footer recovery, an unintentional 1-footer boogie loop, and making it look sweet.
Yeah, quite upsetting for Sarah to move into the second round and Lana just advancing straight to the final. But she had that fire in her. She wanted it. I could feel it on the beach already.
Lewis, and exciting for you here in the booth as you saw Francesca Maini boasting the first above a 9-point score. So what's your thoughts on that heat?
Well, it was amazing she didn't make it through, but she's got the weight of her shoulders from the UK. We're so happy to have her here, and this move here was unbelievable instinct. She's throwing into a double front roll after the board off. But here, Natalie, your pal here, doing amazing.
Yeah,
Therese.
Natalie saw that high scoring trick from Francesca and she responded. Natalie is really playing on that variety score and doing big scores both to the right and the left. And this level really shows that the women this year, the level is so much higher and so much more progressive.
Look at this move. I mean, this mega loop delayed roll was massive from
It's
Natalie.
a-
She'll be happy to have ousted last
Somebody
year's
came
champion.
prepared, and that was Lorenzo Casati right on the buzzer. He busts out a high scoring trick here for him. And yeah, he rode phenomenal. Just seems to be at another level. What a champ, right on the buzzer. That's how you want to dial it in. However, it doesn't always line up like that. You need to have the conditions on your side as well, but he timed that well and he seems to be in the zone. Look at him going fully inverted on the second rotation into that board off and another added rotation. So absolutely phenomenal riding. And who has he got to beat?
Who's he got to beat? He does, however, have to knock out the current king. So Andrea, not the highest score, not the biggest, but a fantastic performance from Andrea. So Lewis, how's Andrea been looking for this year's event?
Pretty good. He won't have to knock him out to get to the final, though. They'll meet in the final if they come here. But here's our double champion, Andrea Principi. A totally different start to the competition for him. The wind had dropped a little bit. He couldn't unleash all his bangers. And in fact, he had to wait over nearly 3 minutes to perform his first move of his heat, but it was a good one. Andrea Principi demonstrating his experience and his composure and understanding the situation. So he didn't go as crazy, but he couldn't. Sometimes you can't with the wind conditions in your heat. We can't compare those two heats, but he looked very solid, the double champion, the reigning champion.
No, so as you said, he will have to dethrone him. But here is a South African that is standing in the way of both of those Italians. Jason van der Spey having a very good opening round one with 10 tricked attempts and only crashing 2 of them. And also the only rider who was going for the Kung Fu pass. So an unhooked handle pass maneuver. He did crash it, but it shows that he is attacking that variety score.
And also the only rider wearing boxer shorts underneath his wetsuit, I just heard. Very uncomfortable in my eyes, but hey, that's just how Jason van der Spey rolls, and what a style he's got.
Well, he had a round 2 exit last year, so he'll definitely be already bettering that now with a round 3 appearance and hoping to push into another semi. He's only been there once.
And that's South African, also on the beach. The energy is just unreal. And speaking of energy, we of course have a lot of new energy coming into the event again with some Groms absolutely, yeah, busting out some insane tricks. So Parker Sage kicking out Stino from the Netherlands. And yeah, I also think he had a great variety in his heat, and that just edged him yeah, into round 3. And then as well as Shahar Sabari, absolutely unreal talent, and just showcasing that he even can control the most difficult of jumps. So a really exciting day of action ahead of us as the wind keeps building and the athletes are more ready than ever.
Speaking of more ready than ever, Ruben, you know, as you can see, the physical load on these riders is absolutely intense. So a lot of the training that goes into, but we'll discuss some of the training now. But as you say with the Grom, what is the most standout feature for you, Lewis, about the Groms this year?
They're just fearless, you know, like they're getting into it at such a young age now. They don't have to go through this freestyle thing, and before you get into big air, they're going straight into big air. They're under 10 years old, they're getting into it, and they're just fearless. And I once looked out to sea in the strong winds and thought, oh, there'll never be young people sending it in 40 plus knots at the biggest waves. And they are, basically. They are totally fearless, totally in control. And it's amazing how young they are.
And I really think they also have a lot of great people to look up to, because the athletes now are doing such an impressive job, not only on the water, but also out of the water. And all these young kids are really seeing the effort and need to put in that hard work. And I can feel that it inspires them, you know?
Of course, the information gets spread quicker, the progression is here, and that's what this event is all about. The judges love to see innovation and yeah, also variety in the heat. We'll come back to that a lot, but it's obviously risk versus reward. Like, when do you take the risk to put it all on the line, right? You need to be prepared physically, mentally, and I think visualizing is one of the key elements besides a lot of...
So basically just really putting in a lot of time with playing that trick over in your mind over and over and over until it becomes a natural thing out there on the water. So I would imagine the amount of training that goes into that is absolutely insane. So we currently have a video package for you guys demonstrating and showing how these riders prepare for an extreme event like this for the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. So sit back and see how these guys get ready.
Yeah, I think big air is not only the most extreme, but I could say it's also pretty much creative. I can do the rotation in this way, I extend the body on this way. When you can land with so much speed and so much G-force, so your body needs to be ready to like absorb the impact, otherwise we'll just break it or snap it. So I'm really like work to prevent this. Mostly out of the water, I try to stretch my body more than I can. Do quite a lot of also like weight lift to get stronger as well, but not to get stuck, you know, in your body, and just be free to move and be really stretched in the water as well.
The past 3 years specifically has really been about training off the water for me and understanding how the body works. If I would break it down, there's stretching, visualizing, weightlifting, and just understanding that your body is aerodynamic, and putting those 4 together, and then going on a kite simulator after putting the 4 steps together, and then taking that onto the water.
I think what I do is I'm just trying to be the best possible athlete that I can be, which I do by focusing on my nutrition, focusing on my training, focusing on that I'm mentally ready whenever a competition or training session kicks in. I make sure I go to the gym. I focus a lot on my strength training as well. I started to see a coach here in South Africa who helped me to do more kite-specific exercises. But then when it's windy, obviously the main focus is always to kite.
It's very, very easy to see how much power they generate, because the force of the kite as it loops through the air creates incredible amounts of G-force, which is then transferred through to the rider. You can really see when these guys are getting yanked, they pull a lot of G-force through the kite loop.
I know Andrea does a lot of things in the gym. I know I got my kite simulator idea from him. So I like saw one day on Instagram, I was like, hey cool, I'm gonna do the exact same.
The limit is your mind. If you think I can do a new move, I can throw the board over me, flip it and then get it, actually you can do it. It's just a lot of work, but it started to get interest in kitesurfing recently. It's going crazy, the level.
Sorry about that. Absolutely incredible how these riders nowadays prepare for this extreme action on the water. It's all about feeling in the zone of the water and just preparing yourself mentally, physically, even emotionally. So yeah, the riders are all prepared, I guess.
Teresa, you also speak from preparation experience. How does that look for you going with an event like this?
Yeah, it takes so much time to be mentally and physically prepared. And I think the older the sports grow, the more the athlete realize that it doesn't only take the hours on the water, but also all the hours in the gym, trying to stay injury free. And because the level is so high now, you need to optimize on the small little thing, because that's what sets the athletes apart.
Sets the athletes apart. I love that. And we've already seen some interesting scores and results drop in from day number 1, indeed setting the athletes apart. So we will slowly start ramping you up into heat number 10. We will continue from round 2, which we had on Saturday, which was our first day of the waiting period. As you guys seen, we've had a lot of wind piling in. What are the wind conditions looking like today? We saw a pop up there now. How's it looking like at the moment, Ruben?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit all over the place. Also, day 1 of the King of the Air, the conditions were playing with us a little bit. We need that proper Cape Doctor, that thick tablecloth on the table mountain to really, for hours, have that proper wind that we need. And yeah, also today it came a bit late. So let's hope it comes through strong and stays for a bit so we can ramp through the action properly.
Yeah, I'm looking at round 2 here. Are there some of the heats that you're especially looking forward to see? I mean, I see Charles Burdell and Zac Adams that I think is going to be a quite interesting one, and also Jeremy Berlando in Heat 12.
Yeah.
He's in round 2, which is also quite surprising.
It is. It is a surprise to see Jeremy. He's had an incredible year. He's had an
Yeah.
incredible year. I mean, he
Yeah, yeah.
finished at first at Cold Hair Hawaii with some incredible
That
footage.
was super.
Yeah, you need to go
super
check
good
out the
riding.
internet and see what you saw that Cold Hair Hawaii. It was just absolutely incredible. So yeah, we do have some incredible action in store for you. As you see, the crowds are slowly building up on the beach. It is now almost 3:30 local time. So the crowds will be slowly building up here. We like to have this big spectator atmosphere here at Kite Beach. We moved up from Big Bay in 2018. We moved up to Kite Beach. What was the reason for that decision, Ruben? Coming to this location that you viewers see in front of you here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, South Africa has lots of kiteboarding spots, and yeah, we brought back the Red Bull King of the Air in Big Bay in 2013, and yeah, we just noticed that there was always a little bit more wind right here at Kite Beach. The kickers were rolling in smoothly. The wind was parallel to the beach, and yeah, we just decided to move it up to where all the pros are really training. And I think we're gonna get underway with this beautiful competition right now that we've all been looking forward to. A very exciting heat because Leonardo Casati has been training his butt off, and he's ready to go for that podium. He will take on Baptiste Jacquemin, who is a rookie in this event. And
Two rookies.
Two rookies actually.
Yeah,
rookies.
both first times in Kota.
Yeah, well, it doesn't happen often, and the heat apparently is underway. So it'll be a battle of the teenagers. Battle of the teenagers here with two rookies fighting it out to see who will go through to round 3. Again, a reminder to you viewers that this is round 2 elimination rounds at the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air, the world's most prestigious big air kiteboarding event. Please keep spreading it at hashtag Red Bull King of the Air. We will now explain the scoring as we go. Oh, that was interesting. A double horn sound there. It'll be interesting to see what that indicates. But yeah, you riders keep shedding. What do you see in front of you there, Therese?
An abandoned heat.
An abandoned heat. We're having someone in a voice in our mic saying abandoned heat. I think the boys is a little bit confused, like us.
Yeah, no, that was a quick decision, but that is also showing you just how attentive our contest director is. He obviously saw that the riders were not able to jump to the desired height. There is a lot of white caps on the water, but again, it just shows you, for you viewers out there, the contest director and us here in the booth and our entire media team want to make sure we give you, not just the riders, the best big air show possible. So please stick with us. But yeah, that was an interesting call, Ruben.
Yeah, let's see when they're gonna continue running. Maybe it was a false start, let's call it that. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what Leonardo does. Leonardo Casati is obviously the brother from Lorenzo. They both train together, and they are looking so confident on the water with absolutely insanely technical tricks. And we're gonna explain to you how the format is actually working, what the judges are looking for, and what will get a rider to win at the Red Bull King of the Air. We have, of course, Andrea Principi defending his crown for the, he won 2 years, the 2 previous years, and this should be his three-peat and hat-trick in the Red Bull King of the Air trophies. So let's see if he can, make it to the podium and then face off probably against Lorenzo Casati because he's just looking phenomenal.
Yeah, Leonardo is looking absolutely on fire. He's been performing so consistently throughout the year, and I don't know, I think he just seems so hungry.
So here you can see a bit of a style comparison where you can see Baptiste in the red. He jumps a little bit less high, and Leonardo is just, I think it's in the name Casati. He's just reigning the world of kitesurfing. Yeah. And he's even giving his older brother, a run for his money, I guess. Yeah. And only at 16 years old, he's been a junior champion, and he's got so much competition experiences. I thought I had seen him in the Red Bull King of the Air before, but he's just on the scene for a while already. Started so young, started winning, started dominating, and that's why he's here in the most prestigious big air event in the world.
That is true. He's actually been at the event several times with Lorenzo, but just this is the first time actually competing. But he only finished 0.3 points behind Lorenzo Casati on the tram, Lorenzo tram. Only 0.3 difference between second and third place. So there you can see by the style comparison that Leonardo, as far as the sheet is concerned, as far as the stats is concerned, he definitely has the advantage going into this heat.
But I'm very happy to see Baptiste as well in the competition. He comes from a freestyle background. I've been on a couple of trips with him actually from a freestyle trips, and then slowly he started to move over to big air. But he's also been building his career for quite a while. He has a lot of that kite control, and also he's only 19 years old. And I know for a fact he's been working. We just talked about training, and he knew that to perform well, he had to put on 10 kilos of muscle mass because he's still a young kid, you know. So
Nice.
actually,
Shouldn't we all?
yeah.
Drop
So
it.
actually, over the past few months, he's really been working with his nutrition and in the gym
Wow.
to try to gain that weight to be in his top
form.
Yeah, top form. Exactly.
For an
exactly.
event like this. So
But a great kid. Like, he has such a nice personality, and
that's
he's
incredible.
super sweet. So I'm excited to see him here. I think he has high.
It looks like we
expectations.
just
We have
heard
a-
the buzzer for a great start to this heat. A second start, I should say, between Leonardo Casati and Baptiste Jacquemin. We are looking to crown the most complete big air rider in the world here during this event. And it's all about lining up beautiful kickers with gusts of wind.
Oh yeah.
And here's Leonardo on his Harlem kite with a triple back roll board off kite loop and sticking it clean.
Nice. So there we go. The director has decided that there is enough wind. We're going to give it a second chance. And so the heat is finally underway. Again, a reminder, this is round 2. Oh, as we see Jacquemin, nice little tic-tac on the way down with a, I wouldn't say mega loop, kite loop. Nice on the inside, a little bit light, not the best amount of
Not so
height, but yeah.
aggressive. Yeah.
Not the highest scoring. So we will keep you updated on the scores as we go. But for now, we are round 2, heat number 10. This is the third last heat of round 2 before we'll go into round 3, pending the weather conditions. As you guys have now seen from those of you around the world, the directors are keeping a close eye on the conditions and making sure it's suitable for both riders and us. But now it is running, it is kicking.
And what the judges are looking for, we have 5 world-class judges sitting there along with some trick spotters, so nothing gets missed on the water. It is actually about the 3 highest scoring tricks and then an added overall impression score, which comes from the variety of tricks that the riders are displaying on the water.
And I think it's really important to mention that we are moving into round 2. It's head-to-head, so it's game on, because
Game
if
on.
you don't win this heat, you're out of the competition. You're out. You don't have the chance to win the crown, and the winner obviously moves to 3 and 3. So it's game on, baby.
It's painful for one and exhilarating for the other. So as we saw Stino, we saw the first big upset on Saturday in the last heat. Parker Sage taking out Stino. We were all convinced that Stino was the man for the job. He had 2 podiums already behind him and a semi-final finish throughout the year. So as far as stats was concerned, he was definitely the favored one going into that heat. So these guys here would have seen that. They would have known. They would be feeling the pressure. Or even Parker was saying earlier, he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the energy. There's a good shot of Baptiste Jacquemin in the front.
So,
Putting his hand up, that was indicating something there.
So the scores have just shown up on the top left of your screen. The first score is actually the total score of their 3 tricks, and the second line is actually their first trick. So as the heat progresses, the scores will be added. Hopefully, only clean landings or butt checks get rewarded. So if it's a crash, it won't count.
Oh.
Look at that drone angle, up boys. Looks
Nice
super
FPV
nice.
shots. Flying with the athletes is the best thing there is. So thanks to the crew out there for flying in this beautiful Cape Town skies, giving us the best possible angles.
That's a beautiful shot there from the front. You can see all those white caps, white horses indicating more or less the wind strength. So we still are yet to see. And as I said, there drops the second score for Baptiste Jacquemin, a 4.28 on that loop that he did on the inside. So 2 tricks in the bank for him. Leo with only 1. So Leonardo will have to get at least another 2. Oh, interesting to check up on the watch there, Baptiste. This is the second time that he's found himself on the shoreline.
So Baptiste decided to come to the beach. The riders are wearing watches. They are offered to wear watches to get some more data from the Surfer app, from the Wind Games app, which is actually displaying the heat time, their position, their score. And from there on out, they can plan a little bit better on how they should ride and how long there's left in the heat in order to take home that win. Because if you don't make it through this round, you will get sent home.
Yep.
And all they try to do is now to get to round number 3 and make their way
I think
through.
having that watch on really is a game changer to how you structure your heat, because live you don't have to go back to the beach to check the scores. You can plan your heat order, you can plan your next move because you have the exact data
on you right there. So that is a first. That's a first at the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. The riders now have watches on them, giving them the duration of the heat, their position in the heat, first, second, or third. Third will only come into place in the final again. For now, it's two-man heats all the way through to the semi-final, and as well as the last trick score. So
And
trick scores,
jump height,
jump
distance.
height,
We
yeah.
just saw Leo Casati, his highest jump, probably his first one, was 18.7 meters high
Wow.
and
Not bad.
54 meters
bad at
long.
all.
So pretty good.
Wow. Okay. No, that's impressive. Yeah. So, but we have some word now from our director that, due to just a bit of the confusion possibly caused, as we saw Baptista Jacquemin there and his caddy just putting their arms in the air, we've just received word, we are going to reset this heat and start it afresh.
Third time is a charm.
Third time's a charm. There's my boy. He knows how to do it.
Some, some bugs in the system unfortunately happens. There's a lot of things running simultaneously that have to totally be synced up
Yep.
in order to give everybody a fair chance in this competition. That's what it's all about. So a restart of this heat, guys.
Yeah, this is, I have to be honest, this is the first time I've seen this. after being commentating here for 12 years at this event, I've never seen a third restart. So this is exciting. I love the attention to detail from the crew, just saying, listen, it's got to be perfect, it's got to be ideal. Everybody's got to be happy on the same page. Not just that as far as from an entertainment point of view, but the risks involved. You guys are putting your bodies on the line. You don't want to be putting your body on the line for a score that's not going to count due to a technical failure. So the team putting a lot of attention into this.
Yeah, and that's what I love about King of the Air, is that the sporting element is the most important one. And that's why I love this event so much. It's all about the athletes and their level and them showcasing what they really got.
And we are connected to Mother Nature. That's why we have a 2.5 week holding period for this event to take place, so that we can actually pick the perfect conditions for these athletes to show
Okay,
what they've been
yeah.
training for all year.
For the day, and they've had perfect training. Ruben, you've been out there a bit with the winds of the last few weeks. What's it been like?
I actually I came back 4 days ago, but I've been coming here for the past 20 years. It's my favorite place in the whole wide world to come and shred and live it up here. The conditions have been super nice. The kickers have been great, but this is just classic Cape Town. You know, the southeasterlies are kicking in 3, 4, sometimes 5 times a week, and the waves when the swell rolls in, they're like perfect kickers to boost yourself into the sky. So that's why the most big air riders come to train all season long here.
Well, it's just ideal. Yeah. As far as you look at some of the big events that that they held throughout the year: Tarifa, Cold Hair Hawaii in Denmark, and Portopolo in Italy.
The Netherlands.
The Netherlands, of course.
For the Red Bull Mega
Let's
Loop.
pop that one at the top of the list. I believe there was a venue change this year at the Netherlands for the Mega Loop event.
100%. It was always held in Zandvoort, and the Red Bull Mega Loop is my initiative along with Red Bull Netherlands.
Yep.
And it's been also one of the most extreme kiteboarding events in the sport. There it's only about one trick, just the Mega Loop, which is when you jump as high as possible into the air, keep cranking your backhand so the kite makes a full circle through the power zone and just yanks you incredibly far. And when you land that...
What was the reason for the restriction on the 18-meter lines?
The shorter your lines, the more radical the loop gets. And the Red Bull Mega Loop is all about the radical loops. It's we implemented the short lines so they can get a little bit less technical, not as many rotations as we see in the Red Bull King of the Air. So they're two very different events, but both have a special place in the sport and always push the limits of the riders.
So, Therese, I'm thinking about the addition to the Mega Loop and the women riders and them competing there. With the second year that we've had it now here at the Red Bull King of the Air, how did that feature for you? How was that working for you in the Mega Loop? Seeing the women's competing there.
Yeah, I think it just showcased that the women's level have gone up so much over the past few years, and that they're finally ready to be a part of that big event, because that really, really requires them to be able to perform.
Yeah.
But here's an overview of the ladder.
Yeah, so this is the overview where we currently are. We went through this quickly earlier, but it's nice to just quickly take a good look at where exactly we are. If you look on the second column, heat number 10 is where we currently are, with Baptista Jacquemin and Leonardo Casati from Italy, the two teenagers battling it out, and two rookie teens battling it out with each other. But Ruben, what we had before the heat number 9, what we saw at the end of Saturday, a very emotionally charged Parker Sage.
Yes, 100%. He was ready to take on, and he was very happy to get a lot of variety in his heat, more than Stino. Stino unfortunately lost to Parker Sage due to that variety score coming in at the end of the heat. And he saw himself sent home. So Parker Sage now ready to take on, who is he against? Jason van der Spuy in round number 3.
Ooh,
And-
interesting.
And whoever wins this coming heat is going to take on Timo Boersema in round number 3. So Baptiste or Leonardo is going to continue to round number 3.
And
And
as you said, Therese, do or die, it's game time for this round. So how do you handle that kind of pressure?
Oh yeah, I think lots of experience as well. But sometimes also really nice to be a rookie actually, because you see here, for example, Lana in the first heat. She had no pressure. It's the first time in this event, and you can just feel that
You
she
saw
she
it.
was gonna be
Yeah, something was
as
gonna
good as she
happen.
could, you know.
Yeah.
And coming in with that rookie feelings, I don't know if you remember it, Ruben, but it was also kind of nice because you're the underdog.
Well, that's what they're experiencing
Yeah,
right now
let's go.
in this heat.
There goes the buzzer. So here we go. Third time's a charm, Ruben. As you said, these are 10-minute heats. All clocks are reset. And we're going to give it another wang as we see plenty of white caps again. Baptista Jacquemin and Leonardo Casati, younger brother of 2022 King Lorenzo Casati. So a full family affair right here at Kite Beach in Cape Town, the beautiful city. And as we bring into you live the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air, round 2, heat number 10. So let's see how we go. Everything looks reset. Everything in the booth is looking good. All times are up to date. And so there in the yellow vest, Leonardo, left foot forward, heading out towards the iconic Robben Island. Let's see what the youngest rider here at this event can do. Launches, loops, backhand, mega loop, late back roll, board off. Come on, stick it, bro. This is good.
Nice.
Oh, and he opens his account.
A really, really good score here for Leonardo Casati, which is coming up on the top of your screens there. And Baptiste is answering with a double back roll, board spin, dirty loop. Not that high, not a really critical angle of the kite. And that is something what it is all about here during the Red Bull King of the Air. 5 top international judges are sitting there with 6 trick spotters in order nothing gets missed. And what they are looking for is, of course, height, amplitude. That's one of the most critical factors here. We want to see people go as high as possible, but then, of course, extremity. And what is extremity? It is putting the kite as low as possible and with a big yank. That's what the judges love to see. That's what will score well. And if you throw in technicality and variety, then you have a good chance of making it through your heat.
Making it through heat. Oh, well said, Ruben. That's so important. Like I said, getting that kite loop angle nice and low. Baptista Jacquemin,
No,
no, he wanted to probably go for a loop there, but not getting enough height on it. So, Ruben, what's the danger with looping it low, yet you don't have enough height yourself?
well, not only looping it low, I think one of the most dangerous parts is the takeoffs. It's like one of the most crucial parts. Like he had a perfect takeoff again, not getting the height, so a lack of gust, lack of wind. But yeah, he completed his maneuver, but getting hung up on the takeoff is very, very bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes when the wave looks like a perfect ramp to take off, and it just closes on you, it can just throw you off balance or even hit your legs very hard. And Baptiste is not connecting properly, so he cannot perform his move as high as he intended to.
Are you thinking the kickers are gonna build up throughout today? Because it looking like they're searching a little bit. Leonardo is like riding back and forth. He's really trying to spot that good kicker.
Yeah, of course. Well, the kickers all have to do with the tide and the swell that is pushing through. So let's see what it does. It's a high tide around 4:30, I believe, even 5:30. So yeah, the high tide is coming in. It can flatten out the ocean a little bit.
Yeah, the high tide can have a bit of an effect. But for those who are riding right foot forward, like
Whoa.
Leonardo Casati with a nice board flip there. Oh, mega loop board flip. Oh, he's like, yeah, put it up. There
let's
goes.
go.
Oh, beautiful. The youngest competitor at just 16 years of age from Italy, riding out here in the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. Oh, he's cementing his lead. Baptista Jacquemin is going to have to start getting a little bit high on his jumps, a little bit more aggressive on his kite loop angles, but that was a good example of Leonardo, Therese, making use of right foot forward.
Yeah, he's really just following into his brother's footsteps. He has a great inspiration in front of him, and I think they train very well together. They push each other, and the way I see from the outside, they are very dedicated in all kinds of aspects. The way they work with their dad, which is also the coach, the nutritionist, the filmmaker.
Wow.
They really found a great way to set up his
incredible.
team there around him, and I think that's also very important to be a good performer as an athlete, is to have the right team with you, and I think they really cracked the code to that.
Wow. No, so very professional. Just the lifestyle built around big air kiteboarding. As you see, Leonardo hits the kicker. Good timing.
Woo!
Double front loop into a contra loop or dirty loop. Oh, it
just
doesn't land
missing.
it. Doesn't land it. Baptiste Jacquemin did crash also earlier.
Just one rotation too many,
Too
right?
many.
Trying to squeeze
yeah.
it in.
It's like, come on, no, one more. Come on.
I mean, it's not
He can
about.
spin forever.
It's not really about the amount of rotations you do, which will get you a banger of a score. The riders or the judges want to see a super controlled, aggressive high trick. So the many rotations don't really help you all the time. Better a clean landing, otherwise it doesn't count at all.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's all about variety in your heat as well. You cannot continue jumping the same way, rotating the same way, looping the same way. That's why we saw Leonardo also jumping towards the beach, right foot forward. The judges really take that into consideration.
Baptiste Jacquemin, come on, he needs something good. Oh, it's a dying rotation right there, just inches off the water, stabilizing himself for a good landing. He needed that after a crash in his previous attempt. But Leonardo Casati dropping a 7.1
Wow.
trick on his front roll board flip. So that's a good example for Leo, crashing there, but his biggest score so far was right foot forward.
Yep, and yeah, I think he was taking even a little bit too much risk there for even throwing a board flip in there, because I don't think that adds a whole lot to the score. So you could have better put it on and get a clean landing on the board
Maybe
for some
he's
variety.
getting a bit comfortable. He sees Baptiste crashing a little bit, so maybe he's willing to take that risk.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think he is in a bit of a safe zone in his head. He is just playing. He knows exactly what he has to do in order to get to that podium, to give his brother a run for his money. So yeah, he's very confident. And there has been some rumors that he maybe got second on purpose in round number 1, so that he had to go through round 2 and gets into a different position in round number 3.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of strategy coming from these riders, and they really thought about how to ride this whole competition.
Yeah.
Strategy, not just in the riding, but in the event format itself, where you find yourself in the comp ladder. Interesting.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
not much what you can do. That only applies to round number 1, whether you
True.
go straight to round number 3 or you are going through round number
Yeah.
2 and coming out in a different position.
But there's also a little bit of risk to that, because there can be something happening in round 2. So definitely a strategy. You have
He
to
thought
trust yourself to choose
100%.
that.
Well, that's
I
what
think
he
they
showed.
do.
Exactly. Like he was against Andrea Principi and Parker Sage. So he's like, okay, I can land right in the middle, so I don't go straight to round number 3.
Yeah.
Because the winner from Heat 11, and then we'll have Charles Burdell or Zac Adams. Anyways, too much strategy for me.
We'll keep to the action. as
Ruben
we-
goes with his flow.
He does indeed. So Jacquemin doing his first trick with right foot forward. Leonardo Casati, they did want to go for a trick off what looked like a really good kicker, but then he opted out of just ended up doing a normal jump. So alerting your attention now to the top right-hand side of your screen. Just over 3 minutes left in heat number 10, round 2, elimination round. In less than 3 minutes, one of these riders will be packing their bag, but Jacquemin showing he doesn't want to do it, struggling to get the same height and power that Leonardo's getting. But on the top left-hand side of your screen, you'll see there Leonardo Casati with a total score at the moment of 20.54. And a top 3 tricks of 7.1, 6.9, 6.54. So the top 3 tricks count.
Yeah.
And Ruben, I would definitely love for you to take us through that 4th and overall impression score, but we give it a second. And as you can see below him, Baptiste only on a 12.91. He's running out of time. But again, a similar attempt there from Leonardo Casati, wanting to go for the loop. Not enough power, not enough height in the kite there, Therese.
Not really getting the perfect kicker, perfect time off. And then, as Ruben said, you need that perfect timing to really score high and have a safe take off.
I mean, perfect timing. It all comes down to looking far ahead, really reading the ocean, and this all comes down to experience as well, to having ridden in Cape Town, to know exactly what the waves do.
Yeah.
And I think that just comes with the years and the amount of hours you put in. But then looking far ahead, maintaining your speed, and then you just have to be lucky that the wave doesn't close on you, and that the gust is there for you. Because timing those two and jumping into the wind, that's how you build up the most pressure in order to get that vertical lift.
Have you seen that both of the Casati brothers, they're wearing their helmets and they actually have something attached on the back? Do you know that it's a radio to their dad, so he can
Their
speak
favorite
to
radio
them?
station, Good
Exactly.
Hope FM.
Yeah. So he is communicating to them while they're having that heat. Isn't that just next level? That just
is
shows
incredible.
dedication and innovation and how far they're willing to go, huh?
It
Nobody
does
else is doing that.
It does indeed, and at the same, and it was asked during the riders' briefing last week Friday, where the riders are allowed to do that and have comms to the beach, and it said, yep, they can. But Ruben, what's on the bottom right-hand side of the screen?
Well, the bottom right, I rather look at the center screen. It looks like riders are struggling, and this is the most frustrating. Being in an event, having lots of spectators on the beach, and just in your biggest competition of the year. And sometimes you can experience some lulls in the wind and in the swell. So that's very frustrating if it happens in your heat. But it's all up to the contest directors to dedicate or to decide if it's suitable enough. But when the riders start complaining, that's not ideal. So let's take a quick look at what you were asking on the bottom right. This is the statistics from their watch, from the Wind Games app, with the data from the Surfer app, which measures your height, your distance, your hang time, and it also shows the riders on their watch how much time is left. And that's it. The contest director has decided to postpone this heat due to lack of wind.
Wow.
That is very, very unfortunate.
Wow.
But luckily we have a lot of time left to complete more action and wait for Mother Nature to bless us with even more magic.
Wow, so ladies and gentlemen, the heat has been abandoned. The contest director and the media team have agreed that this is not suitable, apparently, for the riders. So I have to be honest, Ruben, you know, and all three of us here in the booth, we've been riders, we've done loops, you know, we've done freestyle. Agreed, disagreed, the conditions are not suitable from what you see on the screen?
Yeah, I mean, once you see the jump height not getting above 12 or even 10 meters again, I mean, it sounds maybe high to you folks back home, but
for the Red Bull King of the Air,
we want to see 20-meter mark hit regularly on every jump. And to give you a little bit of a reference, I think Lorenzo just set a surfer world record for 35.6 or 7.
Yeah.
Like absolutely insane. So
a few days ago.
The more wind they have, the higher they can go, and the more they can perform. So it is all due to the conditions, and unfortunately it's not suitable to perform for this panel of judges right now.
Yeah, for the panel of judges. Sorry, Therese, go for it.
But we are in Cape Town, and we know the conditions are going to be building through the day, because we always hit the peak of the day towards the end, towards 4 or 5 o'clock. We know the wind is going to be increasing, so there's going to be lots to look forward to.
So that's the hope that we have, you know, and for those of you around the world, please stay seated as the team will continually scan the horizon, scan the conditions, scan their weather stations to find out when it will be more suitable or not. But that was a great shot there. Back on what you were saying, what was on the back of Leonardo's helmet there, Therese, as we saw a good shot there from Leonardo Casati, the youngest rider in this year's event. So what advantage is specifically, isn't there a bit of a risk having a bit of too much chatter possibly in your helmet?
Nah, a bit of Italian in the radio is never bad. It can only add to the style and to the vibe.
Is Dad just saying, il divano, you need to do it like this, it's perfect.
But I feel like it could be a little bit of a smaller piece in his ear, but then he maybe gets blocked and then it messes with his balance. So the guys know best. They create a real cockpit out of it, so it's communication in the ear, all the data on the watch. So it really becomes like a cockpit. These pilots can navigate their playground.
A wealth of information that, again, just allowing them to strategize and perform certain tricks at a certain time. So, again, just a reminder that this heat has been postponed. Heat number 10 from round 2. Again, the media team just asserting that, no, this is not suitable. But here are some highlights from what was some impressive display of tricks, especially with Leonardo.
It started off great, so very suitable conditions right at the start of the heat. And you saw that with Leonardo Casati, performing some high tricks there, even into the 18 meters he got. Performing 3 rotations with kite loops and board offs. Even boat tags, jumping towards the beach. But then as the heat continued, they started struggling, really connecting with the waves and getting the height. And that's not why we are here to crown the best complete big air rider in the world here at the Red Bull King of the Air 2025. We need stronger wind for that. And Colin, will we get it today even? How does it work?
I really hope so, you know, and at the end of the day, you never know quite what would happen. But as Therese was saying, the hope is that this is Cape Town. It usually progresses throughout the day. The wind usually gets stronger throughout the day. There's a fantastic shot for you viewers of the judging tower as well as the VIP area. So the judges are sitting near the top of that blue building, getting a nice eye line level of the riders as they are hitting it smash. So at the end of the day, we have to see what the wind does for us. So we will keep you updated. But yeah, Ruben, that is the thing. We are hopeful that the wind is going to pick up, because it usually does. A lot of people who live in Cape Town and kiteboard are never really stressed when they have to knock out of work at, let's say, 5 o'clock, because they know the wind has only just kicked in. So it can be later, very late in the evening sometimes.
I mean, that's always my strategy. It is very hard. You see everybody riding from morning to evening, but then I just come out 2 hours before sunset and bust out my best sunset session of my life. So,
and you know it's going to be perfect.
So yeah, the wind definitely plays a big factor here, and unfortunately, Mother Nature not blessing us. So hopefully we can speak to Graham to send us even more wind, like he always does when we need it. So he's in the spirit here today, and yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring you the action just yet, but stay tuned for more updates so we can continue this epic event.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't have said it better, Ruben. And yeah, so please stand by. We will keep you updated. Don't go anywhere. We are hoping for the wind to fill in as it usually does here in Cape Town. So don't go anywhere. Please keep spreading it on hashtag Red Bull King of the Air. And we'll speak to you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Ciao for now.
Welcome back to the live stream. My name is Therese and I'm here on my favorite kite beach in the entire world in Blauberg, Cape Town. We are coming back to you because our race director have decided to restart the heat number 10. That means that the current tricks from the previous heat is not gonna count due to the not suitable weather conditions. That's why we're restarting the 10 minutes. And right now you can see here behind me, the boys are getting ready. They seem quite comfortable. Baptiste Jackman and Leonardo Cosati is out there testing the conditions before their heat will start slowly. They're still on their nines, and they've been walking around here at the beach for a little bit, staying prepared, staying warmed up, and ready to start that heat for the 4th time. But the conditions are starting to be quite suitable. I see that cloud on top of the mountain forming, the sand is flying, and right here is like so many people on the beach already. But I have someone special who's actually out there testing the conditions right now, and you cannot guess who it is. Lewis, you got some updates for me?
Wow, the conditions are really tricky. I just got nailed. That's going to go viral. I just had a wave close out of me. So bad. On the inside, the wind is very gusty at the moment, but it's coming through strong. It is strong enough. But the problem, the tricky thing for these riders is that the better wind is out the back. You don't really want to be doing the jumps out the back though, because the judges can't see you so well. I'm on a 9-metre kite. Oh, I really did get hammered then. But I'm on a 9-metre kite. It's about 30 knots, but the gusts are punchy. The experienced riders are really going to excel in this. This is classic difficult conditions. This is going to be exciting for sure. Wow, I've got to get my breath back. It's extreme out there. Whew. Back to you guys.
Wow, it looks like Lewis was a little bit out of breath there. And yeah, he got caned by a wave by the sounds of it. But he's getting a feel for the conditions there, which has been playing a bit of a game with us, Colin.
It has indeed. And again, thank you for your patience to all of you from around the world for joining us for round 2 of the 2025 King of the Air. This is day 2. And as you say, Ruben, wind have been playing a little bit up and down. Lewis mentioning something interesting there about the gusts that are occurring. So it's about 30 knots, but in between gusts, how does that affect the riders?
Yes, I mean, kitesurfing is all about playing with Mother Nature. The wind is kind of invisible. However, you can spot the wind by reading the water closely and seeing some gusts. And yeah, then you just have to line up the kicker with the perfect gust. And the wind has been a little bit southerly instead of proper southeast parallel to the beach. So with that being slightly offshore, it just creates a little bit of a lull on the inside and a lot of unfavorable gusts or lulls in the wind. So the riders cannot even jump, and that's why the race director decided to postpone the event. But nonetheless, you are here with me, Ruben Lenton, along with Colin Heckroot at the Red Bull King of the Air 2025. This is all about crowning the best, most complete big air kite surfer in the whole wide world. And you're here for it. So thanks for tuning in.
No, thank you again. Thanks, Ruben. Always good and pleasure to be here with you. But we're going to go back now to Therese for you on the beach. Take it away.
If that's just making you so hyped getting on the water, I don't know what. The boys behind me are getting ready for the heat. We have the 2 rugged Baptiste Jackman and Leonardo Cosati ready to really send it, because it's round number 2 and only the winner makes it on to the next round. I can kind of feel the tension here from the beach, from everyone, and I think the boys are ready to send it. Let's head back to the boys in the studio and let this heat start.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Therese. It's great to see what is actually happening on there, as you say, as the sand just flies around your legs. So there you have the matchup. And again, thank you for your patience to all of you for joining us from around the globe and here in South Africa at the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air, the world's most prestigious big air kitesurfing event. Weather being very challenging today, but there you can see the 2 riders in less than 30 seconds will be ready to head out again for the 4th time today, as the contest directors have been playing it safe with the weather conditions and ensuring that our riders have the best possible conditions to put on a display of big air kiteboarding for those of you around the world. Get on the edge of your seats, cheer them on. Please keep spreading it at hashtag Red Bull King of the Air. So thanks for your patience. But Ruben, 5 seconds, start of the heat.
Exactly. When that green flag goes up, these two rookies know exactly what to do, and that is not mistiming your first kicker. That is not great for the confidence, and yeah, losing some precious time there. That was Baptiste Jacquemin from France, who is a rookie in this event, alongside Leonardo Casati, the little brother from Lorenzo Casati, our 2022 Red Bull King of the Air champion, who is hungry for more. So let's see how Leonardo is going to impress the judges. The judges are looking for 3 high-scoring tricks, and then we'll yeah, give a fourth score with overall impression. That all stands for variety in the tricks. So jumping to the left, jumping to the right, looping, rotating both ways, and yeah, that's going to be very important for that impression score.
Oh, Baptiste Jacquemin, rookie. The battle of the two teenagers here in this heat. Leonardo Casati, the youngest, but Baptiste not getting that board back up on his feet after 2 rotations of what could be considered a tic-tac by some of the riders, or a board spin, depending on your experience when it comes to the names of some of these tricks. But the idea is to get that kite as low and extreme as possible. Low kite angle, high body height. There we go. Leonardo taking to the skies. Mega loop, late back roll, board off from the handle. With a recovery loop on the way down, you can hear the cheers on the beach for him. A lot of support piling in here as it gets towards the end of a beautiful day here in the mother city of Cape Town. Kite Beach is the location that we are riding at. So that was a great start there from Leonardo.
Yes, and that's what these guys are used to. I mean, it's their first time in the Red Bull King of the Air, but Leonardo and Baptiste have been competing in other kite events around the world and have done phenomenally well. Even Leonardo winning some junior world championship titles. So these are very knowledgeable competition riders. However, Leonardo is only 16 years old. Baptiste is 19 years old. And yeah, I think they're both hungry to fight their way into round 3.
It is round 3. So this is elimination time as Leonardo Casati does what he can with a nice rodeo. Mega loop not getting the board back underneath. Oh,
that is one of his favorite tricks to perform as well, but not at that height. He needs a little bit more height in order to complete the full rotations in that double forward board off or rodeo during that kite loop. So
quick one, Ruben. What is a rodeo? What do we mean by rodeo?
A rodeo is when the riders take their board off and squeeze it in between their legs, and then let the hand go. So it's like riding a bull.
Riding a bull. Okay. All
so
right.
very interesting the combination that this new generation is bringing in. They are combining a lot of tricks. So not only the mega loop, which I invented back in 2004. They are combining that with multiple rotations, board offs, board spins, board flips, and even they're playing with the way they are looping the kite. So now he's riding out to sea. So his front hand is the left. When he pulls it with the front hand, it's actually called a dirty loop, invented by our boy Graham House, who unfortunately recently passed away along this shoreline, doing what he loves most. So he is here in spirit. You can really feel him in the wind and in the waves. So yeah, this one is for G-Man.
It's a great shot there. What looked like Lorenzo Casati, Leonardo's older brother. So Leonardo has been here at the King of the Air several times, but this is first time as a competitor. As you see, Baptiste Jacquemin searching for that kicker. Ocean just flattening out a little bit on him, but is he going to use this? Yes, he is. Takes to the skies, not a lot of height. Nice dirty loop, board off with 2 rotations on the way down, not too bad. But again, needing that height will be interesting to see how closely the contest directors are keeping an eye on the conditions here. But there's a good example, Leonardo Casati currently on a 9-meter kite, and for a young kid and not very heavy, 9 meters is quite a big size for a guy like him.
100%. I mean, for the ones not kite surfing at home, the kite sizes range anywhere from like 5 meters all the way up until 17 square meters. And the stronger the wind, the smaller the kite sizes are. And the stronger the wind, the better these riders can perform their big air tricks. So we are always praying for the strongest wind possible, because then we will see the highest amplitude. And another great addition to this year's Red Bull King of the Air is the data which the riders are carrying on their watch. On their smartwatch, they can actually see the heat time, the heat score, and the height and distance coming from the Surfer app and the Wind Games app. So this is not being used by the judges, but just purely for reference for the riders and for us.
And for you viewers at home, again there on the yellow vest, Leonardo Casati at just 16 years of age, competing on the world's biggest platform of big air kiteboarding, heading out to sea again. Once again, it'll be interesting to see how these guys are negotiating. Bit of a tricky wind there at times. We felt on the beach sometimes where the wind would actually go hot and cold. The temperature would change indicating a change in direction that comes within a few seconds of each other. But the crowd's still building up on what is turning out to be a very, very pleasant afternoon here in the mother city of Cape Town. Leonardo this time right foot forward, less than 5 minutes left. These are 10-minute heats.
That's correct. 10-minute heats. That should be plenty of time to perform, but the wind has been kind of challenging, so the riders really have to squeeze every drop of expertise out here in order to launch to the sky. So maintaining your speed, like really reading the playground properly. Is he? Oh, it looked like he was going to unhook. I'm not sure.
It's close. It did. It was tempting, but he takes to the skies this time out. Front rotation, board spin, 2 board spins with what must have been a mega loop. Brilliantly landed there by the youngest competitor this year's event. Baptiste Jacquemin responding. Not a lot of height, but a nice dirty loop. No, again, not the most amount of height there. It'll be very interesting to see how the judges, the contest directors are keeping an eye on this heat.
For sure they will. They will be looking at the stats and of course the wind statistics coming through, because we need suitable conditions in order to showcase the best big air tricks in the world to you right now. And this is something that we invited the best riders in the world for to do. And they need power in their kites. The hardest thing in kite surfing is kiting without wind.
Kiting without wind. Tell me about it. Several of you have drifted afloat on the open ocean for some time due to no wind. So please be careful. But here's a quick replay of Leonardo Casati. Front rotation, grabbing the board by the handle, spinning it. Otherwise, some riders call it, I see some riders call it a tic-tac, Rubens. Other guys call it a board spin, but just another one. Oh, he's not going to land that. Nope, you could see that he wasn't going to land. But board spin, tic-tac, kind of an interchangeable term, Ruben. I mean, or am I to be corrected? It's from, I'm hearing mixed messages from the boys. It seems like it's just so many things going on these days.
100%. Here's Baptiste with also not a really high trick, a double back roll and kite loop. But yeah, coming back to that is, I've been in the sport for over 2 decades, and we've been calling board off names for over 2 decades. And a tic-tac is when you grab it by the fin and then flick it around, grab it by the handle and put it back on your feet. And a board spin is when you just grab it from the handle in the middle of the board and then just rotate it.
So basically just spinning it from the handle 360 degrees round spin. It makes sense.
And then you have the flip, which they grab it by the handle and then they flip it like around its axis and grab it by the handle again. Okay. So they can do that. I've seen 1 and even 2, and now they're even playing with board Moseses, which is taking the board off with one hand and then letting it go, so freely chucking it in the air and then making a full rotation and grabbing it with the same hand.
And then recollecting the board mid-air before landing. That is
crazy.
Incredible.
Like even the wind blows the board away, you know? Like here, unhooked, fully on his arm strength. This takes brutal power and a proper mindset, and this will add to his variety score. A clean landing there for Baptiste Jacquemin.
That is nice to see that he's got that Kung Fu pass with 2 rotations on the way, that he's got that within his arsenal of tricks. He's going to need that for variety score. Variety score is looking for hooked versus unhooked, and in that case it was unhooked, so it will definitely add to that 4th overall score. And Lewis, welcome back in the booth, my man.
Look who's there. Are you still all right, mate?
You had a bit of a tell me. Just tell me you didn't see that. Tell me you didn't see that. Kevin Langre's back. Blimey, I haven't seen him. Don't talk about me being back here. Kevin Langre making an appearance.
Big shout out. Much love, Kazi.
What can I say? It's tricky out there. Yeah, I mean, the inside is very, I'm sure you spoke about it, guys. It's very light on the inside, but it's that.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see these kind of clear patches on the water. So let's see. Let's give it time as the judges and the director will take a look at it. But yeah, very nice Kung Fu pass here from Baptiste Jacquemin.
Yeah, let's be straight to the point here, guys. We can see this one being DQ'd, I think. This is very light on the inside. I mean, I've just been out there. I don't know how much you heard of my report as I was body dragging back to my board. I got, Ruben, I think it's up there with your one. I got steam trained so hard.
I offered to help you out and go out for you instead, so you don't have to do all that hard work out there.
Well, you're doing the podium. But anyway, if you move my trout shorts, I don't know if I'm sitting in a t-shirt.
There, as Lewis, as you called it, and we just needed the guts to call it. As we could see, the heat has been abandoned for the 4th time, and this is how it rolls here in the mother city. It is one of those things. So this is the world of kiteboarding, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it works. But again, you can see there is still a lot of wind. So even just for general kiteboarding, it's still suitable conditions. But for big air, to get beyond that, at least that 15-meter mark of height, Ruben, they need a little extra, right?
Yeah, 100%. Right, I just saw Ellie Dimitrova rock up to the VIP deck, and she just flew in from New Zealand. So welcome, Ellie. But yeah, she will be overpowered right now on her 5-meter. Whilst the best big air riders in the world do need a lot more power in their kites to perform. And yeah, it looks like you had a bit of a steam train into a wave. Explain us clearly what happened. Hopefully there's a shot of it.
I hope there's not. I'll tell you what happened. I was just quickly here, we're seeing Leo probably a bit upset because he had a good heat. Anyway, I was out there, Ruben, an hour having a nice session to myself before they're getting started. I could hear all of you in my ear. It was one of the most magical experiences I've ever had in kiteboarding. I could hear all the commentary back in here. Dolphins came out of the water, seals. It was unbelievable. And then the very moment they got started, I got clotheslined by, I think that's the worst one I ever had. I tried to jump it and I didn't make it by a metre. I don't know how my legs didn't get broken. Then I was miles, and then in my ear, and Lewis, tell us about the conditions. I'm body dragging. Please, don't go to me, don't go to me. It's magically.
It did sound a little abnormally out of breath for you, Mr. Cratton. It did. I have to be honest. Thinking to my, as I'm thinking here in my head, you know, in the commentary, going, why is he so out of breath?
That's why, because I got back to my board and managed to at least explain the conditions, which were tricky, it has to be said. But there was the right thing for them to go for it then. Race director Sergio Cantinelli went for it, and it's in my favour too. It looked tricky, and I can tell you it was. That's why I had that crash.
100%. Well, I was secretly enjoying that a little bit, seeing you struggle after that caner, and I'm going to ask the camera guys to send me that shot because I want to have it on replay for back home. However, thank you so much for sticking with us today. This is also part of kiteboarding, and I was just walking over the beach and seeing the whole community here just feels absolutely like coming home.
Yeah, no, that's amazing.
This is the home of the Red Bull King of the Air. This is the 13th time that it's staged here in Cape Town, South Africa. We saw a little spot change from Big Bay to Kite Beach.
Yeah, that was good.
But like you still feel that energy in the scene, which is absolutely incredible.
And it's incredible because, you know, it's been 13 consecutive years, you know, where we've been bringing you the world's biggest and best big air riders on the stage. 13 years we've managed to hold it every year, including our COVID. Even in our COVID years, but we're gonna be going back onto standby mode. But gents, any quick last words just for the viewers before we go on to standby?
Ruben, where have you hidden my shorts in? I mean, I literally just have. All I've got is my changing robe. Here, you've hidden it.
That's enough for you. I sold your shorts to the highest bidder. Wasn't much, I can tell you that. But yes, thank you so much for sticking with us, gents. It's been a pleasure again. And yeah, let's play that standby game, the waiting game. We still have until the 7th of December to complete the full event. And it looks like there's some wind on the forecast. So yeah, stick with us and let's play it by ear. Yeah, no, and again, a big and massive thank you to each of you viewers from around the globe for joining us for this year's event. But we'll be back on standby mode, so don't go anywhere. And again, please keep spreading it on hashtag Red Bull King of the Air. There's so much content out there on Red Bull TV, on redbull.com about these riders, about these events and similar events. Take your time to familiarize yourselves with this incredible, incredible sport. But we'll be on standby mode, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back.
Here goes the buzzer. Thank you so much. One second, I just have a little problem. Hello guys, my name is Therese and I'm back at the beach on my favorite kite beach in the world. You might think this is a repeat, but let's try to start this competition for the 5th time today. I can really feel that the wind is building. I've been on the beach here for the past hour and it's just slowly picking up. The sand is starting to fly. I got my sweater on and that means something. The table cloud is building. Right behind me, you see 2 kites on the water. We have for Heat 11, Charles Bodell against Zac Adams, who's gonna be battling out in Heat 11 in round 2. And yeah, I've been keeping an eye on them. They've been warming up, they've been getting ready. Charles has been checking his foil. And yeah, I think they're very excited. And yeah, what else? I wanna tell you guys, everybody who's sitting down in their couch, in Europe, all over the world, to see if they can really feel this atmosphere. Because as you can see, there are so many people here at the beach in Blauberg and the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. The Harlan team is cheering over there, the core team is over here, and the atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. And I think the riders just really charging off that energy. That's also what we saw the other day, that the crowd was really just feeding this lovely energy, and that's one of the things that I find so special with Red Bull King of the Air. It's the atmosphere here, it's support from all the fans from all over the world, and yeah, I hope you guys can really feel, see, and hear that all the way at home. But that's it for me. I'm gonna watch this heat and then I'm gonna catch the winner for you, and in the meanwhile I will throw it back to the boys in the booth.
Woo, thank you, Therese. That is a nice intro there. Again, giving you viewers around the world just a feel for what it's like on the beach. Again, a warm and windy welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. Appreciate your patience in waiting for us as we wait for the wind to fill in for what's now moving into heat number 11, giving the guys in heat 10 just a bit of a break. So just a slight change in the competition later. But here is the matchups. Charles Brodel from the left-hand side from France, taking on Zac Adams at only 17 years of age from the USA. Heat number 11. Tell us more about it, gents.
Charles Brodel, I think, standing out most in this fleet of big air superstars. He is riding a foil board, which is completely different than the twin tip that most of the fleet is riding. And yeah, he has some extra performance in jumping really high, no?
Massively. Like, now, if you're only new to watching kiteboarding, it will appear to you at home that he's on a magic carpet. He's levitated out of the water, not this rider on your screens right now, but Charles on that, there he is on that hydrofoil. That's giving him lift out of the water. What he's doing and bringing to big air is unbelievable.
On the buzzer, Zac Adams at only 17 years old. It's his 2nd time competing in the Red Bull King of the Air. And he won Most Extreme Move in 2024, so he is definitely a strong contender.
Very strong contender.
Identical tricks to start with, one on a port and one on a starboard, one on a hydrofoil, one on a twin tip. And pretty good start from both of these two after waiting all day like that. That's impressive.
That is impressive and exciting to see these kind of jumps as we see the wind filling in nicely here at 5:45 local time here in the beautiful city of Cape Town, South Africa. There is Zac Adams from the USA in front of you, making it to the semi-finals last year in his rookie debut. But for now, Charles, double front rotation.
No, he's not happy with that. That's not what he intended to do. That's not going to score very well for him. Speaking of scores, we've got a panel of 5 experienced judges specifically selected for this extreme big air event. They have got trick spotters as well, so that nothing gets missed. And the way it goes is that we have 10-minute heats, and this is round 2. If you lose in this heat, you have to go straight home. The winner of these heats or of these rounds go to round number 3. It is all about putting 3 highest scoring tricks on the board. You can jump as many times as you want, but the 3 highest scoring tricks will be taken into account for your overall score. Added at the end of each heat is a overall impression score. Now, Lewis, what does that entail?
Well, the overall impression score is trying to reward riders for showing some unique tricks. You know, they don't want to see the repetition of the same trick. You know, so they're actually going to give a whole 10 points for riders that can show different tricks in different ways and also execute style and good landings and you know, smoothness throughout their heat.
100%. And remember, this overall impression score gets added at the end of the heat, so the standings can. Wow!
Whoa!
Charles Brodel going for a massive doobie loop, board off and an added rotation during that massive kite loop. It's all about amplitude. The judges like to see height. That's about 70% of what the judges are looking for. Then it's all about extremities. So putting that kite low during the loop and producing a lot of power, covering a lot of distance because of that yank.
So
And
there is a very good idea, exactly of what you're referring to, Ruben, as you see Charles Brodel having the height advantage as far as the style comparison is concerned. Zac Adams coming with a greater amount of power and variety, but Charles again also edging it out with technicality. So very unique styles of riding between these two, Lewis.
Yeah, I think so. But as we see now going up into the doobie board off for Zac Adams, the American. Look how controlled these riders are. The nice cut of his landing there. I'm sure he took it though, boys. I think he took that one. But Brodel's really worked on his powers. I think that graphic, maybe after this event will change because he's shortened his lines on advice from some of he's been speaking to the judges, and he's really interested to know how can he get more power in his riding. When I see him looping the kite now, different than the last years, he's going level and he's like showing that he can perform the extreme moves.
100% Lewis, and he is also the 6-time foiling big air world champion on the GKA, so he is a very experienced rider. And besides that, he has been working on his own kite design together with F1, so he is very technical as well, and he knows what it takes to fly high into the wind. And now he's got that power embedded into this kite as well. Like his kite comes a lot lower than last year, Lewis. Wow, what a landing right on that wave.
Man, with that foil to negotiate as well. As you said, Ruben, 6-time foil champion, hydrofoil champion, so that was excellent there from Charles. But here we see Zac. Good timing off the kicker, front rotation, added front rotation, dirty loop, board spin, getting that board. Oh, he needed that after Charles's movement earlier. That's very good. Very good.
That was a good move for him. I did take off, just smacked him a little bit there, as Charles Brodel just had a bit of trouble getting out. But that was a nice response from Zac Adams as we're on board now. The FPV, which is just normal now at these competitions. He's going to line up. You're looking at the watch there is Charles Brodel. Let's remind you, they have unbelievable statistics available to them on their watch. Their position in the heat, what they need to advance, how high, and it's amazing what we can give them now. But here he goes.
Zac Adams heading out towards Table Mountain. Normally it's more towards Robben Island, giving you an idea that the wind is definitely coming from more of the east position, more instead of a southeast, more like an east-southeast at times. But again, you can see plenty of white water as it's filling in here in towards the latter part of the day. Again, thank you so much for all your patience in joining us for round 2, heat number 11 of the 2025 King of the Air. With the emphasis on King, Charles, double front rotation, board off, mega loop, spots his landing and shows the judges with a nice nose grab. I'm still in control all the way to the finish.
And he takes off the board by the strap, so where the riders are grabbing it by the handle, he actually takes it by the foot strap to carry his foil off his feet. There, double back roll board off with a dirty loop that is pulling the loop with the front hand, which adds to the variety score. So the judges are definitely looking if you're jumping to the left, to the right, if you're pulling loops like normal kite loops with the backhand or dirty loops with the front hand. If you unhook in your heat as well, that adds a lot to your variety score. And
nice outfit. I like that outfit. Sorry, Ruben.
Got distracted there, mate.
I did. I mean, what was that? Leopard and pink. That's quite a combination there too. But just back to that move, whether we get a replay of that or not from Zac Adams, just the way the kite went around that dirty loop there, it looked like it went a bit slow, didn't get a huge gust, maybe a lull on the way around, and that was the start of the trouble for me. He ran out of time. He needed that little bit more time to float down and land that, but it's still plenty to play for here. Look, very close. 0.02 is separating them.
And sorry, Ruben, they've got 3 scores already, so 3 scores are already in the mix.
On the bottom right, you can see the height that the riders are flying. On the right-hand side, you see the highest they have flown in this heat, which is up to 22.6 meters for Charles and 17.1 for Zac Adams. And you can clearly see that Charles is getting a little bit of a height advantage here by using that foil. Yeah, that last move for me is going to be one of his highest scorers. That was a big score. He was very high up. But now we're starting to have to think about, what about this, the 4th score? They've got 3 scores on the board. You can see that easily in the top left-hand corner. It's very close, but the 4th score is going to play a big part by the end of this. And this is what's going to be going through the riders' minds. What tricks have I done? I've got to do something maybe to the inside. Charles, to me, looks like he's gearing up for the inside. He's very comfortable jumping towards the beach as well with the right foot forward. I haven't seen Zac nailing that. I mean, I know he can do it, but he still there's Charles taking off double back roll board off, getting inverted on that.
Fully inverted there on that one. That is excellent there from the Frenchman. Wow, super stoked. He'll be very happy with that. And Ruben, you've made a very good point there. Lewis as well. So at the moment, it does look like Charles is working on the variety factor. Just those unique amount of tricks, which will add to that 4th overall impression score. Hey, oh, catching the board after the board flip midair.
Nice. With
Listen
a board
to
flip.
the cheers. Oh, man.
What a response. Not sure Charles can do that
Charles
one.
falling.
Can Charles do that move?
The judges are looking for, yeah, flipping the foil.
Aina in the face.
Oh, no, that's the last thing you need. These boards freak me out. Scary.
I bet he can do it. I bet he's working on it.
So sharp. It's like riding on a blade.
I like to think of it as a guillotine under the board.
Nice.
Very,
Sword.
Very, very sharp, very dangerous. So please know what you're doing. Go for lessons if you have to when it comes to the Hydro 4. But at the moment, Charles Bradell making it work for him. As you see some nice spray there. Zac Adams looks like he has a good amount of power in his kite. And again, they're referencing your stats there from earlier, Ruben. You can see there a height on his last trick of 14.3 and a horizontal distance of 87. So not that far. We're going to be hoping for a little bit more. Good support there on the beach for him.
I'm just glad that the wind did come through, and Zac Adams here is making the most of it. And is he landing this clean? This will get into a nice scoring move for him. Zac Adams stoked to land that clean, put another score on the board in order to take on Charles Brodel, who has been performing very, very well on his hydrofoil board.
Both of these riders, it'll be a first-time exit out of round 2 if either of them lose. Whoever wins this heat will go up against Andrea Principi from heat number 18 in round number 3. Both of these riders actually were knocked out by Lorenzo Casati last year in rounds 3 and semis respectively. So they will not want to be remaining as we see Charles. Oh, then one footer coming out there accidentally.
I wonder what he's thinking right now. I wonder if he's tempted to try, if it's even possible to try and throw a double loop on that. I've just had a quick peek at the scores and they're matching each other for, they've got good dirty loops, they've got good back rolls, good front rolls. They've got some good variation between them. The height for Brodel for me is going to lead in his favour for that variation score. That's quite an advantage, almost 5 metres higher than Zac. So I think it's
Wow,
going to...
look at that. Holy moly, what a dirty loop. Double front roll board of dirty loop by Charles Brodel and landing that clean. Absolutely gnarly high.
Oh, baby.
That is absolutely
How high
brilliant.
was that, Lewis?
Magnifique there from
24.
the Frenchman. Wow, what a display there from. We were just talking about his highest jump of 22. I think we're going to see that number go up as per the data on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Zac Adams, the ocean just running flat on him. He's going to have to negotiate his way back in towards the beach. Wow, that is incredible there from Charles.
I'm flabbergasted.
It was 19.8, but here goes Zac Adams going fully inverted, spinning his board, putting it on just before the landing and landing oh so soft again.
I think he's going to be in trouble. I think the height extra for Brodel with such a close heat is going to be in favour. But, oh, on the buzzer, look at this.
Half cap mega loop. Can he land it? And it was before the hooter went. He
Squeezed in another one and sealing the deal.
He did squeeze in another one, Ruben. What a heat. I mean, where do we go from here, guys? We're really trying to understand this variation score. They were separated by hardly anything with their top 3 tricks, but...
Look at this, fully inverted here in both of those rotations. Charles Brodel with that epic dirty loop, double front roll and added rotation, whilst having his board in his hands. Absolutely incredible performance here from Zac Adams as well, but I'm afraid he will get sent home. But that is up to the judges to decide. Look at that.
Would you send him home then?
I'll send him straight in now. I'm not a judge, mate. I'm not a judge. I'm not going to get into that. Both of these riders are showing us some phenomenal big air tricks and some clean landings as well.
They both had a great heat, you've got to say, for waiting around all day like that. And you can see that wind still a little bit offshore. Just look at that kite riding heavily over towards Lion's Head there in the city of Cape Town. Those 2 riders will be waiting on the beach, so wanting that score. So is he in jail?
Did he get locked up?
I don't know. Looks like it.
Just
I don't think he's locked up. He looks locked in, if you ask me.
Locked in, exactly. Ready to be set free.
It's interesting to see that the results taking their time as the judges will be making sure. But gents, I do feel that Charles had the upper hand on the right foot forward, definitely in this sense, but
that board
it is
flip,
close.
the flip was different though. That's the one thing I'm thinking that was very different in that heat was the flip being brought into it, or the double flip, I think, from Zac Adams. That will be what he's thinking.
That
but
doesn't
I just
really add to the variety score,
You don't think so?
No, it doesn't.
Like to the judge, does maybe a little bit.
No, it
not
just
sure.
adds to the trick score, but not the variety score, because it's not something different. It's just
Look at
the
them,
board
they're going through the scores on their phone, no doubt, trying to find out exactly what happened. As you see, Baptiste Jacquemin from heat number 10. We're going to go backwards one heat as we swap the sequence a little bit around. But as you can see, judges taking their time. Look at this.
Wow.
Unbelievable. A 0.53 difference between that is so close. Gents, that was interesting. That was just a wonderful example of how to see how the judges are looking at it.
Yeah, I think it does make a difference.
It does
really.
make a huge difference. Wow, Zac Adams evading a round 2 loss. Charles will be heartbroken about that, but what an effort from both of these. But
100%.
no time to waste. Yo.
So we got Leonardo Casati here, the youngster, 16 years old only, and Baptiste Jacquemin, 19 years old from France. These are 2 rookies as it comes to the Red Bull King of the Air, but experienced competition kiters nonetheless. We have got Leonardo Casati, the little brother from Lorenzo Casati, 2022 Red Bull King of the Air champion. He has got some titles of his own. He's 4 times junior world champion and also 3rd at Lords of the Tram. So very, very experienced competitor, and yeah, he's just in the zone, just as his brother, both training hours on end. And on the buzzer, what is he going to do? Turn around. He didn't see the ocean line up for him with a big kicker.
Yeah, we didn't. We call that attack abortion, Ruben, where he just aborted his attack there. He's come back onto a starboard, which is to the right-hand side, left-hand side.
Because
here.
it's not about quantity. They want to see quality. Of course, lots of variety, different tricks in the heat as well. But if it doesn't line up, there's no need to put an average scoring trick on the board. It's better to turn around and catch some airtime like Leonardo Casati is doing here.
He is hanging up there.
You know what? Do you know what time it is, Ruben?
Hang time.
Nice. Yeah, he really got his kite vertically above him there, and that entered into almost like a bit of a helicopter sensation. That's the dream as a kiteboarder, when you get that kite right vertically above your head. That has fired him up. Look at him heading out here now.
Boom, straight into another classic Leonardo Casati move with a doobie loop board off.
Very Jesse Richmond-like, actually, the way he committed that into that.
And
oh, we got the landing. We did get the landing.
He did. He smacked it with a full inversion on that second forward rotation there from the youngest rider in this year's King of the Air event.
Baptiste connecting with a kicker of his own and going for the double back roll board spin dirty loop.
Yeah, now watching his entry, he's landed that. He's going to land it cleanly there, but it wasn't super high. And one of the reasons why he wasn't able to get super high on that, as we watched him ride out to sea, it was very bumpy. He had to navigate the water. He lost a bit of speed.
He didn't get the most vertical takeoff.
No, and he was right to go into back rolls though. That's probably your best option, to go into a back roll takeoff where you slide upwind to create that extra tension. But it was a much harder entry to the wave than
entry
Leo
to the
had.
wave. Slamming yourself into a wave,
Don't
Lewis.
know
How did that feel?
Don't know what you're talking about.
I'll post it on my Instagram later.
But Leonardo Casati dropping an over 8 there. Quick replay here. Front rotation. Board off by the handle. Fully inverting himself. Almost like the reverse of a half cab, I almost want to say. Add a rotation on the way down. Plenty of control. Both hands back on the bar and saying, what more do you want? Oh, Il Giovanni there from Leonardo Casati.
Yeah, again, just not the perfect takeoff for him, but he's done very well to adapt to that. Baptiste there, he's going to get a little bit of deduction for a butt crash, but if you're back home in France, hoping for a great performance from him, he's started well, he's landing moves, and he's trying to answer to Leo Casati, who we feel might be the next rider to break into the top 5, might be going right foot forwards here. He is. Yeah,
nice.
cool. How did he find that gust?
Oh,
no! He couldn't get it. And that's what it feels like.
He can do that all day with his eyes closed. And now when it matters most, here in the Red Bull King of the Air, in knockout round number 2, he loses the handle. He loses his board, and it will cost him some time.
Oh, Baptiste Jacquemin. Dirty loop, forward rotation, board off.
Nice.
Nicely done. That had a little bit more of the height you were referring to in your last comment, Lewis.
He got that takeoff nailed on there, and he even had a little wobble at the end on landing, but he took it. Maybe he had that little burst of energy that you get as a competitor sometimes, where you see your opponent crash like that, and you think, oh, right, I've really got to take it to him now. The pressure, maybe it's time that things are he's turning the tide here a little bit and changing things.
Nice burst of energy, yeah, when smashing that Red Bull right before your heat. I love it.
Baptiste Jacquemin, he's not going to take off on this one. He'll slowly make his way a little bit upwindy. The riders do have to stick within the general vicinity of the competition area, mostly so that the judges can't see you. But Leonardo, left foot forward. You can see a lot of white water, a lot of spray. No, opting out very cleverly, showing just a little bit of experience there.
Okay, the third trick score has come in from Baptiste right now, and that shows you just how well he's scoring. Leo's only got 2 tricks on their board swap. Thank you. I've been told in my ear that he's actually swapped to board. Maybe it was easier for him to get to that.
Get out onto the beach quickly, grab another board, because you cannot allow your board to drift in the competition area, because that becomes a safety risk for other riders. So well done there from him to get that out of the way. But back to the action, front rotation. Ooh, wanted to
the
do it
board
there,
off, yeah.
wanted the board off, but
And more than anything, Colin, what he wanted was a trick score of over 6.5
Just
coming
about
to the
to say
right.
that,
If you
yeah,
don't get over
exactly.
6.5 to the right, it's likely not going to really mean anything, because that would show its variation coming in. It would give him an extra point in that category.
Yeah.
So we know, not again, he's going to probably not get scored super well for that, but we tend to see the highest score. Oh, that's a caner. Oh, blimey.
that's
Oh,
down.
blimey.
He
Mayday.
goes down. But Leonardo responding there with multiple board spins on a dirty loop, landing it very cleanly. You can hear the support from the beach, super stoked as that drone almost makes contact with the kite there. Our drone pilots doing their absolute best here to put on a great display for you viewers at home. Again, thank you for your patience as we have just over 5 minutes left in heat number 10 of round 2 of the 2025 King of the Air. Once again, a reminder, I'm Colin Heckert. To my right, Lewis Crathen, 9-time competitor here at the King of the Air, and big air pioneer, Ruben Lenton. Great to have you guys in the booth. And Therese, our ever-fabled beach commentator. Amazing to have her in the booth and on the ocean floor with us here as we see a quick replay of what was back in Zac Adams' 7.56 score in the previous heat.
No, this is
oh,
Leonardo
that's actually
Casati,
Leonardo,
Brada.
just the wrong graphics. Nicely spotted there,
It was a
Ruben.
double back roll with a board spin whilst doing a dirty loop with his front hand.
It's been a long day as well for the graphics team as well.
It's a lot
get
of
that. So
waiting,
little break comes into things here in this hit as Leo now has started to assert his control on this. We were just trying to talk briefly about his dominance, about could it become a dominant rider, and
my
maybe with
word.
moves like if he
4,
puts the board
5.
on here, look at that.
He's got it.
Control. I think this young man is going to be in there. He's going to be a big name soon. We're all talking about him. He's that rider that isn't seeded into this competition. You don't want to draw him. And he's also got a great path through to the final. He will avoid his brother. He will avoid Andrea Principi. He will avoid Cohen van Dijk perhaps if he makes it in. He'll avoid Jeremy Belando. His semi-final is open.
Yep.
Yes, if he wins this, he goes up on against Timo Boersma from the Netherlands. So he'll be waiting to take on Leonardo Casati, who is showing an absolute stellar performance here.
Oh, this is incredible riding. Great shot there of both of these riders coming in with under 4 minutes left in this heat. At the moment, it does look like Leonardo Casati is in the driving seat.
He's going to go right foot forwards here, Colin. I think he's just searching, hunting for somewhere to take off.
How do these riders get vertical lift, Lewis?
Sending the kite over their head, really. You're really riding along and you move the kite very fast and powerfully over your head. It's almost like a pendulum effect. You edge really hard on your board, and then at the right time you pop and take off, and it just pulls you into the sky. There's no other feeling like it, Ruben. It's what makes kite surfing unique, that ability to just fire yourself up into the sky. And what we see now with the modern kiteboarding is riders not only firing themselves in the sky, but then pulling on the bar and firing themselves forward, taking the board off, performing unbelievable technical moves and landing just like that.
Triple back roll dirty loop here with a board spin for Leonardo Casati at incredible height. Absolutely wow.
That was incredible. Taking a look at his watch also to see the time. He has on the data on his watch to see how much height, how much distance, the latest position he's in. He seems to be in the firm position, pole position here as this heat winds down. That was incredible there from the youngest competitor here at this year's event at only 16 years of age. It is a battle of the teenagers. Baptista also a young man, but I feel like Jacquemin just needs to just settle down a little bit and go for those bigger top 3 scores. As you can see, his second score and his third score is still within the 5-point range. He's going to have to get out of that combo situation. He's got the time to do it, so settle down. As we see him there, left foot forward, but oh, the angle, the wind is very east here at the moment. But there he goes, takes off, launches, and just hit a lull in the gust. That looked like a lull in the gust right there.
Look how low that sun already is. We've got about 1.5 hours of sunlight left here in the beautiful Cape Town with its most beautiful sunsets. So we are in for a treat on this beautiful Monday evening. And thank you so much for checking it out with us. We really appreciate it.
Quick replay here as we see Leonardo, back rotation, takes the board off, spins it during the loop and the rotation. At least 2 things to negotiate there at the same time, and getting it on with what seemed to be like more than enough time to spare there. Excellent work there. You can see the mentorship of his older brother coming through.
Who said men can't multitask?
Oh man, multitask.
wife.
Yeah, dude, put a 5 on that one.
That.
Put a 5 on that one. But Baptista Jacquemin seems to have his back against the wall here. knowing that it's elimination time. As you said rightly so, Ruben, the winner here will go up against Timo Bulshama in heat number 14 of round 3.
So at the end of this heat, ladies and gentlemen, they have the 3 highest scoring tricks visible on your screen there.
What happened there?
And yeah, Leonardo is not.
He had a foot out and he went with it. Sorry, Ruben.
He saved it. But yeah, he was not not getting the jump done that he hoped to do. However, he is well in the lead, but the overall impression score gets added at the end of the heat, which can really change things up. But I don't think in this case, as Baptiste is falling into the water, not landing his tricks, and he needs a lot of points in order to take on Leo Casati here.
Yeah.
Parker saved.
Parker saved.
Parker saved.
Front roll, mega loop. Catch that board. Oh, flipping the board and hoping to catch it mid-air again. Nice attempt there, I will say, from Leonardo.
You know what that's called?
Seems to have this heat in control.
I know what it's called.
Flipping off your board.
Flipping off your board.
Very good. You should add that to the spring roll of your top names of tricks, Ruben.
Sorry, mate. That was just community voted.
As you see there, 15 seconds left. This heat winds down. I think it is safe to say that Baptista's time has run out as he goes for another mega loop late back roll, but loses the board. I think it is over for him. It is important to note also the variety score. He needs 7 tricks, different tricks, and at the moment I don't think he even has the variety score on his side. We will see as it comes out. But what a neat there from Leonardo, gents.
He would have known that he was okay. I think his crew on the beach, as we see his highlights here. Now look at that control. That's where he got that lovely loft. He actually took the board off again, connecting really nicely to the waves. But he had some good heats, good moves as well, didn't he? The other rider, French rider.
Definitely. Leo's highest jump was 21.6, and definitely scoring above the 8. So Leo showing a very technical heat, and that he is ready to take on anyone basically in this event.
He is. I think he's up there with the guys. I mean, his highest trick here, at least an 8.12. I need to check again lower down, but 8.12 boasted there. But there is a no surprising result. Guys, I want you to take note of Baptiste Jacquemin not even getting 1 point on his overall impression score, meaning he did not do a big enough variety of tricks. But Leonardo Casati with a nice 6.45 variety score, top individual trick score of 8.12. Great performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, surely he didn't just repeat the same trick every time.
He didn't land enough of
over 6.5, thank you. Okay, Ruben, on the biggest platform in the world, we are here commentating live at the Red Bull King of the Air. Is there anything you want to say to those people that did vote that the spring roll?
Well, I invented quite a few of these moves, or at least the foundation of it, and we will get to that shortly, Lewis. We've got Heat 12 coming up. It sounds a bit weird after Heat 10, but we already had Heat 11 to give the guys a little break. So now moving into Heat 12 is Elliot Bouton from France, taking on Jeremy Berlando, one of the event's favorites from Spain.
Yeah,
this is a doozy. This is a doozy.
And why is he the favourite? Because he just walked off the back of smashing it at the Cold Hawaii.
Yeah, he did, and it was an incredible event. There you can see the comparisons with Jeremy having the ratings higher on all levels over his fellow competitor Elliot Bouton. Bouton making his debut here at just the age of 17 at the last heat of round number 2. This is knockout time, but look at the difference there. Jeremy pretty much leading the stats up into this time. His risk factor, technicality, variety, power and height all being higher. So well done there from him to get that skill level just higher and higher over the years. But quick interview now down the beach. Take it away, Therese.
Leonardo, the youngest competitor this year in Red Bull King of the Air. Now you reach your biggest goal competing in this competition. What is next for you?
Yeah, so this heat was crazy. Finally I could finish my heat, and now the wind is perfect, and I got some good jumps and made it into round 3, and now stay tuned for some crazy tricks.
Good luck for the next round. Let's go.
See you.
Oh, thanks, Therese. There are a very stoked Leonardo Casati, just 16 years of age, seeing his way through to round 3. But back to the start of this heat. Oh, on the buzzer there. It'll be interesting to see if he took off a bit early there, Jeremy Berlando. But it did seem to me like maybe a fraction too soon as far as the noise of the buzzer, but we'll see now if that score comes through.
Yeah, there were seconds obviously in that to maybe what their watch is, but I think we're all synced up because some of the things you see in warm-up are unbelievable from these riders when you think, how could you risk doing that right before but so comfortable they are, it's not uncommon. But this looks like Elliot Bouton about to connect. Good connection, not super high.
Ooh,
that's a biggie. That is a biggie. Kite stall, doobie board off, straight into the drink there. Looks like he's taking it.
Yeah, has taken it, and I think competition experience would have paid off there. Seeing how high he was, it was quite evident that he was not going to make that. But again, just let him settle his nerves, get back out there. But he is up against a very experienced and on fire Jeremy Burlando, coming off that win in the Cold Hair Hawaii. Also a third place finisher in our 2023 King of the Air. So Jeremy knows what the podium tastes like.
100%, and he has been winning the Cold Hawaii event as well. Currently riding his 9-meter slingshot coat NXT, which has great lift. You see him take off so vertically, and there's so much lift, like second lift, when that loop is done. It catches him perfectly and gives him some extra float on the way down. And yeah, he's also 4 times freestyle world champion. Very, very, very powerful rider.
Big hello to you all from around the world, wherever you're watching at home with your friends. We've got lots of people on the beach here, and you should one day, as Elliot Bouton, with lots of height this time, with the mega loop delayed. Back roll board off into the second roll, complete second roll, that's 720 degrees of rotation. In control, that's going to be a nice move for him, because Jabo is yet to open his account. We saw a bit of this yesterday with Andrea Principi, Ruben, just taking his time, not overdoing it. Looks like he's going right foot forwards now.
100%. He can do everything, I think, both ways as well. Very, very good on both tacks, which is yeah, good for the overall impression score, obviously. I have seen him do handle passes as well, which not everybody in the fleet is comfortable doing, especially in competition. So yeah, let's see how high Jeremy Burlando can put his score.
Yeah, he probably needs to get somewhere on the board here for his own good feeling, because he's 2 minutes into it. Not the best take. The nerves will be going a little bit here now for Jabo, because he hasn't got an opening move. I can't see Elliot Bouton's move on there yet though, Ruben. Why is that not up there?
I have no clue, bro.
38 knots, you reckon? 38 knots, boys?
Yeah, it's gusting out there for sure. The wind has filled in. Maybe, like Colin said, it's still a little bit southerly, so yeah, it doesn't really fill in properly parallel to the beach. However, it seems like the riders are getting jumps up to 20 meters, so it is sufficient for this heat. They're just getting hung up on the kickers.
Yeah, I'll tell you why Bouton's score's not on there yet, because you don't get scored for a caner like that. That was
it was a crash, man.
It was a crash. Yeah, sorry, it was just such a good crash. I thought maybe they should score it.
Your crash there. I will definitely rate your crash from earlier.
It's up there. It's going to be very close to one of yours, but whether I've got the variation for the 10 that you've done at King of the Air, then I don't know.
Jeremy Burlando. Oh, it looks like he was eyeing up for that kicker. Come on, find that kicker. He's got it. Oof. Launches up. Not the most amount of height. Nice.
Forced it though.
He did.
Oh, he read that gust. Wow.
Whoa, what a landing.
He believed he was going to get. That's what these riders do now. They just believe they're going to get that extra lift. The kites give them that. The technology's there. Well, you'd have got nailed years ago with that, Ruben. That was pretty special.
Wow. So we believe that we'll have a clip now from Elliot Bouton, the debutant, the rookie, making his way in here. Quick replay from him here. Talk us through, Ruben.
Hoppa, front roll, so a boogie loop, but and another added rotation on the way down. And yeah, not scoring the highest for this this move right here.
Debutant.
Debutant.
That was easy. You said it, Colin.
Is he getting booted on by Jeremy Burlando? We will find out in 6 minutes from now, as Elliot Bouton is taking on Jeremy Burlando, and that is not an easy feat.
There's no denying it though. Here is the heat, which has got the drama right now today, because it's 5 minutes and 40 seconds remain. And look at these scores. This is tricky conditions here at the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. We've got Jeremy Burlando fresh of winning the Red Bull Cold Hawaii. You know, he is one of the big three, the only rider in the last 19 months to win anything serious in big air kiteboarding. And here he is. Can he show his composure?
Great timing off the kicker there. Front rotation, board spin, added front rotation. Nice there with the mega loop. Oh, Ruben, you liked it, dude.
That was sweet.
Yeah. Bangst.
Bangst.
Oh, no, fantastic work there. Oh, Jeremy just showing his experience. Jeremy not competing last year, but after a stellar year before. Elliot needs to respond now. Back rotation.
Hi.
Nice.
Timing the kicker, timing the gust, doing 3-4 rotations with that board off and landing it clean.
Oh, nice.
What a take. What a response from the debutant.
Yeah.
Look, watching after Jeremy Burlando just landed that is really showed some character
He
there.
needed to respond to Jeremy's, and he did. He stepped up. And Elliot, listen, make no mistake, has had podium experience this year, finishing third in the qualifier in Italy, up behind Andrea Principi and Charles Brodel. So he's tasted the podium. He's tasted Red Bull podium. He knows what it feels like, and he's going to give it to Jeremy in any which way he can. You see Jeremy heading right foot forward with some nice gusts pumping into his kite, edging upwind just to give himself space as he makes his way back to the top of the competition area.
Both
Oh,
riders
wow.
were able to connect with some nice moves already. This is at about 18 meters height. He does 2 forward rotations and a board spin whilst looping that kite. Absolutely incredible performance here from Jeremy Berlando. Sticking it clean, putting scores on that board. And that's what it's all about, because you don't want to get knocked out in round number 2.
This is elimination round and the last heat of round number 2. There the scores are dropping in. Remember, it's your top 3 tricks that'll count, plus the 4th overall impression score. Jeremy hoping to improve on that. We still need to see a 3rd score drop from him. Kicker lining up. Good timing. Not a lot of height. Front rotation. Takes the board off. Dirty loop. Nice spin on the way down. Ruben.
Not a lot of height. There was quite some height on there, and a lovely view from the FPV there. They are wearing the watch, and it was actually his highest jump right there. It was 18.2 meters.
Look, maybe from the camera angle, maybe not as, but that was not bad. Not bad
He
at
done
all.
well there, Bouton, to get that ball back on, because I thought it was a little low there, so that's not going to score massive. But now with this 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in this, it's starting to show now. 3 points in it. Jeremy Berlando is starting to find the gears. I think he's going right foot forwards here now, boys. Look at that spray coming off his board. That body language suggests to me that he's searching for somewhere to take off. Are we going to see him send that kite over his head? That's how we go in the sky, sending it into a dirty loop. Double front roll, inverted board off.
Wow.
Nice and clean, lovely.
Very well dealt with. Very challenging landing there as well, but he composed himself and nailed that score. So yeah, up in his confidence, and definitely his chance in order to continue to round number 3.
Yeah, he has moved into the 1st position now. 2 tricks above the 6-point range. Here we see.
Wow, very vertical.
Side.
If I missed something there, guys, is 6 points the baseline, or is it 6.5 today? And that's something that's important to communicate to you at home, because the judges set a baseline score. I think it was 6.5 the last days.
Yeah.
Things have got to be over 6.5 if they're going to count towards their variation score. That makes it really interesting. But right foot forwards again, fighting, spray going in his face there, Jeremy Berlando. I'm not sure he's going to send one here right foot forwards. Let's see, yeah, maybe he is.
And remember, peeps, those 3 highest scoring tricks will get judged on height, and then extremity and technicality. There has to be a variety in there for the overall impression score. So that is checking if the riders jump to the left, so C in, and to the right towards the beach, to see if they dominate the loops both ways and their jumps both ways. That's very important to get the most complete big air rider in the world.
Wins up, this could be big, this.
Here he goes, takes off. Back rotation, takes the board off. Nice and inverted with a nice half cab there. Yanking on that front hand, indicating dirty loop with plenty of time to spare. Oh, man, get this guy. Not height, because he's got plenty of it. Oh, Ruben, I'd love to hear what his height was on that
20
one.
meters, I think that was 20 plus.
22.3 meters there for Jeremy Berlando.
Wow, wow, wow. That was boosting up there, straight up the ramp.
Spons. Oh, he's blocked that out the side, the kite, but it's very good control. He meant that deliberately if you caught that. He just stuck it out the side there.
Yeah.
Sometimes give you a chance to swing it back over 12 at the end. I think the wind's picked up in this heat, guys. Those last 2 moves, looking at the rough patches on the water there, both of those riders connecting, and earlier on in the box. They weren't waiting too far for the 2nd or 3rd set. That was straight off the beach, straight in. That was great riding from there. Even the spectators and the riders' caddies are enjoying this heat.
Laura Hoegenrad looking on there as we see Jeremy right foot forward.
The wind is on, guys. Here, look, back roll, dirty loop, another back roll. Putting the board back on and landing it clean. Nice one, right in front of the judges and the spectators.
Oh, that was nicely done there by Jeremy. Oh, just coming in. That was great to see the height on that. The riders are able to see but Elliot is responding trick for trick. This is great to see. Dirty loop. Board off, board spin. Oh, nice. Come on. This is nice to see the back-to-back, boys. Really, like blow for blow.
Yeah,
that's what we're seeing here.
I mean, he might end up bowing out to Jeremy Berlando here, Elliot Bouton, but he's put a brilliant performance up. It's very composed. He's got lots of tricks on the board. That 3.7 probably going to kick off. Was that a rewind?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Bet your house on it?
Nope.
There goes the buzzer of the last heat of round number 2. Ruben, talk us through these highlights, dude. That was incredible there from Jeremy.
Very, very nicely done by Jeremy, diving into 2 forward rotations and spinning that board and looping the kite all at the same time. Here goes Elliot with a massive double back roll, triple back roll board off, and 2 added more rotations. So 5 rotations for Elliot there. Then towards the beach, a very nice dirty loop, double front roll, and an added rotation. And the board off, of course. Wow, Jeremy is on fire. Look at the height here for this dirty loop. and going off axis. I really love that when they go inverted during their rotations. It just looks so stylish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely for me, that what's changed here is we see, who's that?
That is fellow South African Jason van der Spey as we now head into round number 3. But first, there are the no surprising results from the last heat of round number 2. Jeremy Belando avoiding the same mistake he made in his debut in 2022 by exiting out of round number 2 and into round number 3. But Elliot Bouton, we hope that he will be back. A fantastic effort there from the rookie.
He was great. Do you know, I know some South African, Colin. Do you know how to say hello in South African? I'm sure you do, but I'll remind you.
Yeah, hello, thank you.
What's up, my bro? Have a lekker day.
Hoe gaan het met jou? Hoe gaan het met jou? But
I can.
There is Jason van der Spey. This is now going to be the first heat of round number 3, heat 13. We are into, again, knockout stages. Jason van der Spey from South Africa in his 5th appearance here at the King of the Air, and 2-time King of the Air appearance now for him. Parker Sage, after a very dominating yet surprising performance against Stino in round number 2.
He looks scary. Jason looks scary, though. I wouldn't want to come up against him.
No, probably not. But yeah, who knows? Anything can happen. But there, look at the age of 24 and age 20. Yeah, both of these riders really aggressive in their styles. Parker, just I would maybe consider the more conserved side of things, but again, I think we're going to see a whole new level of him. He said he had some nerves and had some jitters, but I think going out there now, once that buzzer goes, he's going to let it fly.
Yeah, he is.
100%. And Jason van der Spey, like we saw on day 1 of the Red Bull King of the Air, he is feeling very confident. He knows exactly what to do. He has got all the tricks to the left, to the right, unhooked. With all the kind of loops, absolutely insane. So super dialed in and ready for this competition.
Also has the handle passes in the bag, just to add to that variety score.
100%. Like we saw him try on day 1, but that didn't go according to plan. But he told me that he was gonna bust out some more unhooked stuff, which I think will benefit him for sure.
I think we've had an interesting discussion also in the booth as with regards to the half cab, you know, whether Jason van der Spey was actually the first one to do so, or was it actually Jesse Richmond back in 2020? Bit of a discussioning happening there. So for you viewers there, please let us know on hashtag Red Bull King of the Air who was the first one to do the half cab or double half cab here at the Red Bull King of the Air. There the buzzer goes. Jason van der Spey heading out to sea, left foot forward. Let's see what he can do. No, he's going to opt out, experience pain. Guys, a lot of bump, a lot of chop in the water there. Makes it difficult.
100%. Very steep kickers as well. They can just close out on you as you want to hit them. So the timing is crucial. And also catching the gust as you ride up that wave is very, very important. So let's see who can connect with the elements today and continue to the semifinals. If you lose in this round, you get into 7th place. And that's not why any rider came here. They came here to conquer, to win, and to showcase what extreme big air kiteboarding looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And here's Jason van der Spey with a double back roll board off kite loop and a nice steezy seatbelt grab on the way down.
Nice, well done there from him. Parker will also be very excited. He was beyond electric day before yesterday as he made it out of round number 2 in a bit of a shock upset against Stino, but he'll be super stoked. They're all the way from Hawaii, the young American in his 2nd King of the Air appearance. Lewis, what have you got for us?
Well, I think you might have already said it, but Jason has got to the semis here. 2023, he did actually get to the semi-finals. It was Jabo that done him there, so if he can win this heat again, he'd get back up there. But for sure, I don't think we've ever seen the real best of Jason in competition. He's so amazing when we see all his social media clips and what he's doing. But let's see if he can do it. There's a lot of support. Oh, he's clapping there. That was interesting. Is he thinking about a kite change? There was a signal to the beach. But meanwhile,
double forward rotation, dirty loop board off.
Paige is sending it to him here.
Come on, man, stick that thing. Parker Sage making a statement there. You can hear the applause all the way from Hawaii for that young man. Oh, that was brilliant stuff there from the American. Jason, judging by the tack, it's quite possible that he saw that and he might be feeling the pressure.
This is a very, very interesting heat. Both riders very, very technical. Of course, Jason has got his hometown favor. He's amping up the crowd. He sees something coming. He's spotting the waves, lining up for him out at sea, which he will speed towards, maintain his speed, manage his speed, and then really take off from the perfect kicker.
Why did he point to the left there? Was it a sign to the other rider if he thinks he's going to cross paths with him? Maybe, look, I'm going out left. Why would you do that?
No,
I think he was signaling his fans. I think he was signaling his fans on the beach.
Well, he turned around, looked to the right-hand side. Parker Sage had actually turned around there, so I think that was a message to the other rider.
I think he was signaling to the crowd as well, and he saw something coming, and he just wanted to let the spectators know, look, I'm going to hit that one. I put my name on that wave.
I disagree totally.
Well, it'll be good to see. Let us know in the comments on hashtag Red Bull King of the Year. Again, a warm and windy welcome. This is the start of round number 3. Parker Sage turning out trick for trick here, Ruben. Great start by him.
Definitely. Looking to put 3 high-scoring tricks on the board, and of course keep that variety flowing throughout the heat in order to impress the judges the most.
What happened there, Ruben? Did you think something reversed round there with that rotation? It was a tough one to find. Looked like a dirty loop. On the inside, let's find out. Oh no, this was what Jason went for. Not super high there. I wonder if he's going to land that. That's going to be tricky. But yeah, he's forced that one through. I think the wind may be just starting to change a little bit maybe in this heat. It hasn't been as easy to boost off, but really no one's connected with the kickers. When the wind's a bit like this, the waves are the things that you really need to come in. And the sea going a bit flat has made for a challenging heat right here, Ruben. It is the quarterfinals, as you just said. There's so much on this. You get 4th if you win this one. You're so close to the podium here if you could just get through this heat.
And the wind is always changing, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot really see it. I mean, you can see it on the flags, on the sand flying, even on the white caps on the water. These riders are in tune with Mother Nature, and they know exactly how much power they need to generate in order to boost as big as they can.
I mean, I have to say, back at my home spot at the beach in Littlehampton, the wind is pretty consistent, doesn't change that much.
Littlehampton for little jumps, yeah? Now I know where you got it from.
No, I'm down at Bighampton too, mate.
Ooh, playing with the big boys, yeah? Who let you through that gate?
Parker's definitely playing with the big boys here as he body drags back up to his board. I think he's far enough out where he won't opt to come back in for what, yeah, there he turns back around. So this is a chance for Jason van der Spey to maybe catch up a little bit of time that's lost as he launches off the kicker.
Not
back
super
rotation.
Yeah, he taking the board off from the fin, doing that tic-tac whilst doing 2 back rotations.
Yeah.
But it was just not the height he was trying to get.
But you never know, it might form his 3rd trick score here. He'll be happy he landed that. Yeah, he'll be happy about it. There's no Bighampton, I just didn't know how to reply, all right? It was a good one.
I know, mate, I know. It's all good. I mean, you jumped over Brighton Pier. You have done enough to prove yourself, and you know exactly what you're talking about. Thanks for being one of the sport's greatest ambassadors, and also bringing this to schools, like bringing the wind information, Mother Nature information, kitesurfing information with lectures and beautiful shows at the schools, Lewis. Thank you for your
service. I feel a bit better about my crash now, thanks. On the screens right now, though, is Parker Sage looking very comfortable up against Jason van der Spey here, you know. But Jason van der Spey, I think he has actually had a better ranking coming into this, but Parker Sage is looking good.
Yeah, no, he's on fire. He's definitely taken away any jitters that he had leading up to this heat. Spoke to him earlier. And just, he's going to go out there and just send it. And he knows he's got the support locally as well as all the way from Hawaii.
Page actually ceded 10th here to Jason van der Spey's 12th. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. Everyone.
No, well, thanks for correcting it, Lewis. I think it's very good information. It just shows you that what you could be seeded with can drastically change overnight. Literally within a heat, that the seeding can change.
Jason van der Spey feeling it.
Pumping the crowd. There's a great shot of what the judges see right in front of them. There's Jason van der Spey, and they will have their eyes locked on him. Remember, the rider who takes off first. Ooh!
There's going to be a lot going through his mind right here now, Colin. He's in, at the end of the day, he's so close to the semis again, as putting on more pressure, it looks like, is Parker Sage. Ruben, what did you see there?
That was a doobie loop board off, a move invented by you, actually, without the board off.
I was going to say,
two forward rotations and taking that board off whilst looping that kite as low as possible. That's what he does. Also, check out Jason van der Spey on Instagram for some super loops. This is when he takes out just 10-meter lines, or actually 9.7-meter lines, and just absolutely sends that kite super below him. It's mind-blowing to watch, so definitely check that out.
I tell you, you need something super here, though, Ruben. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Colin, are you worried about this for the South African?
Not at the moment, but it's too soon to tell. As we see Parker.
Wow.
You are now.
I think I am now, because that camera zoomed significantly higher over Table Mountain than what it has with previous tricks, and Parker knows it.
That's Jason,
oh, man, set him a table on top of Table Mountain, because he's going to eat there next time.
Oh, right. I think Jason's got to come right foot, maybe.
He's going to unhook for the variety score.
You reckon? Is it
coming?
coming?
He's too scared to unhook. He needs more scores on the board before he will do that, but he is hungry. No.
Not connected. It's not there on the inside.
Double back roll, board off with a dirty loop, but all a little bit too small.
He's in trouble. I tell you what's going through his mind. I know he's probably thinking, how can this be happening? The wind's a bit gusty. I wanted it windy. He's got to block all that out and smash this kicker.
Yeah. No, exactly. As you got just over 2.5 minutes left.
Oh,
Jason
really?
van der Spey, like you said, has made it to the semis before.
Didn't line up for him. It would be another thing in his mind. He's got time to recover, but has he only got one trick score on there for now? Is that right?
Yeah.
I have confirmed with the director. We'll see now, and it looks like it is. So let's check. We will keep you updated as the tech keeps going with us. Yeah, it looks like there is a bit of a glitch with the scores. We will keep you updated. So yeah, a little bit blind at the moment, but it still nonetheless is a fantastic display of big air kiteboarding from both these guys. But Parker Sage, Ruben, height-wise, happy with that height on his, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we are not seeing a height of like, it's only 18, not into the 20s, which we would like to see. But it looks like Jason van der Spouw is keeping his head nice and calm, and he knows that he can fight his way back into this.
And when we've got to be clear to you, we don't have the exact scores on the screen, so we're only going on our instinct of what we're seeing. Sometimes we don't see all the tricks, but wow, we definitely see in this one multiple back rolls, mega loop with a board off, and a big caner in the end for a Harry Caner.
So those were 4 back rolls, of which one was very inverted, like a half cap, we like to call it. And unfortunately, Jason van der Spouw bouncing out on that landing.
That won't really count once the judges are looking for a smooth landing, but that was a very aggressive half cab.
He needed it, Brew. He needed it. You might be in trouble with your South Africans here, Colin.
Agreed, Lewis. But again, we're bringing you this action live to order from the round world. Parker Sage.
Riding his reading kite, also not connecting with the wind.
Didn't lose too much downwind ground there. That's an important part of it when you don't go for a move. You don't want to be flying through the box. It's tough, it's challenging, it's very physical to stay in the correct place in front of the judges, especially if you blow a big trick, you know. So that was great riding just to get rid of that one and set himself up. And he looks like he's just in the right place at the right time.
Is that why he lets go of the bar?
Yeah,
Lewis?
totally.
I mean, like letting go of the bar just to sheet out the wind.
Bring that leading edge forward, dump all your power and try to get back on your edge and head up wind.
You don't lose it, but there we see Parker, who was flying to the left there. It looks like he went up into there for something. There he is. Nicely landed there by him, just keeping the variety going. Again, reminder that for variety, it has to be, Jason van der Spey.
He needs
Mega
it.
loop tornado, board off. Come on, man, stick that thing.
Oh,
he does.
Holding it together there. 4 backward rotations with a board off and a kite loop. So that was something that might save Jason van der Spouw.
He's going to have to come straight back, Ruben. I think if he's smart here, he comes right and sends something in the next 6-7 seconds. He'll know this.
This
no. Is big. This is huge.
It was just a kite loop, back roll board off.
Yes.
He unhooked. On the buzzer, Jason van der Spouw is going for a Kung Fu front roll handle pass, I guess.
On the inside, I love the guesses. We'll check now with the highlights, but wow, what a beater buzzer there from both of these riders, gents.
What a move from Parker Sage. He was unbelievable in this heat. And here are the highlights. I mean, Jason van der Spouw from the fin throwing that one, double back roll mega loop. I think he went to triple as well. He managed to land that one. So we didn't have the perfect trick scores coming into you, but this rider from the United States, absolutely ripping in so much control, one-handed, Ruben.
Look at how vertical Parker goes, and that new read-in master model, and that is Parker Sage all the way from Hawaii, showcasing us that he is ready to take on anyone and might edge out Jason van der Spouw. We are waiting for the results to come in, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. And
is that right?
You know
what?
Oh no,
things have changed.
I'm gonna hold out until I see what happens here for the results of this heat. But gents, what a heat there between the South African and the man from USA. That was extreme.
I mean, we can see a bit of the back end scores here, but until they're official, we can't give it to you. And I can tell you the variation score is kicking in big time here, which will affect things. But wow, what an amazing heat. Where are we? 6:38.
Time for some results, Lewis. All right, here from the heat. Will Parker Sage make it? He did edge out Jason van der Spouw. He had a really solid heat. Great height, great variety. So congratulations, Parker Sage. And I'm so sorry, Jason van der Spouw, but you have your whole hometown crowd to cheer you up again. So nice riding. Thanks for the show.
No, that was incredible. First time round 3 exit for Jason van der Spouw. But Parker Sage, after an upset in round number 2, sees himself through. Not only did he just finish his first round 3 to his first semi-final. What a performance there from the man from Hawaii. Brilliant stuff.
First to semi-final, and he will be rewarded with that effort to go up against Shahar or the winner of the heat with Lorenzo Casati. So he might have to deal with one of them two. You'd imagine it might be Lorenzo, but Shahar, you never know what he could come out. You just never know.
Incredible, already upset after upset. But there we see Therese with Parker Sage.
Nice. Looks like we have a bit of a sound hiccup there. I'm so sorry, but it looks like we know enough. That is Parker Sage being very, very happy here on his reading team, supporting him here in Cape Town, South Africa, making his way through to the semi-finals.
That's very like sportsman-like of Jason Venice. He'll be so upset he couldn't make it through. What a guy to see that with the South African crowd. I couldn't imagine what they'll never probably know what that's like to have the crowd behind you. But we go straight into another heat. Who's on the water next, Colin?
Woo! Timo Boerschema,
Timo!
at the age of 21. Big guy, 83 kilos, up against the youngest competitor, Leonardo Casati, on his debut. So Timo will be hoping to see his way through to his first semi-final. So this is a match for the ages. As we see, the buzzer has gone, and it looks like Leonardo Casati in the yellow vest takes off first.
Steam trading out to sea for a doobie loop. Rodeo board off with the two added rotations, and unfortunately not getting it together. He was looking to open his heat score for this heat with a banger of a move, but unfortunately crashed. So no points for Leonardo just yet.
Yeah, that's a tough start for him, but he didn't lose too much ground as we see that congratulations down there from Page as he parks that out the side from Thibaut. He's had to bin it as well, and he's miles away from his board. Will he bother? I think he's going straight into a body drag to the beach here, boys.
No.
I think he's deep enough out to take a chance, but here we go. In response, Leonardo yet to land his first trick.
Double back roll, board spin, and an added rotation.
Yeah, he's good for that. Look at that nice flat section in between those waves there. It looks like it's getting cleaner a bit.
Set has rolled in. Definitely when the sets roll in, the sets can be anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes apart from each other, but Leonardo Casati capitalizing on it. If I was him, I'd take off and head back out. There should be 1 or 2 more rolling in.
Minutes? Seconds?
Minutes, my bad. Did I say seconds?
No, you said minutes.
No, minutes, yeah. Sets
For what?
Yes,
sets.
sets.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sets can take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. I've waited half an hour sometimes for sets, depending on the swell size and direction. So capitalizing on it while it's there is critical. I think you thought I was referring to periods between the waves, right, Ruben? Yeah, you thought I was talking about periods. But again, periods is also a very important aspect. Greater time between the waves, greater time to prepare for the takeoff. So
more flat pieces in between,
exactly.
And that was a beautiful view from up there, so you could see more in lines how the waves are coming in instead of looking out and seeing it like one big mess. And this is incredible dirty loop with 4 rotations and a board off. I think even 5 rotations here for Leonardo Casati. Just absolutely putting his mark on this heat early on.
Yeah, he's taking it to him as we're following on board the FPV behind Timo Boerschema, who knows how to get to a semi, by the way. Lords of Tram, he got to the semi. And he's worked this one, not super aggressive timing of that, but it's a dirty loop with multiple front rotations. Was there a board off in there as well, Ruben? Did he just decide not to? But I just want to point something out here. On the beach, Parker Sage, all his pals congratulate him, well done. Do you know if I was around him and I was his caddy now, I'd slap him around the face and say, you're in a semi-final here. It's your big chance to get to a final. You might not ever get that podium chance again. You can do it, you know. Let's think about it. Let's focus on that.
Get ready for the next round. But Timo, having been knocked out in round 3 last year by Mark Jacobs.
Timo, also known for his very vertical takeoffs, not going so high on this one, but doing his signature Stino move, actually. Double forward rotation with a board off from the fin whilst looping that kite. But yeah, he wasn't going as big and gnarly as we are used to from him.
But a 7.97 lead so far there from the young Leonardo Casati, a first king of the appearance for him at just 16 years of age. See him heading out. Good timing off the kicker.
Wow.
Into the sunlight. Inverted front rotation with multiple board spins and canning it there at the bottom.
Unfortunately, not getting his board on time to put another score on the board.
The lift just wasn't there for him, so he's going to have to read. This would be a real test of his character here, Leo. We see him land absolutely everything out of competition, but here he is with his chance to get through to the semi-finals. A lot, you know, it's a lot for a young man. How old is Leo? 15, 16?
16. And they take it very professional. This family lives and breeds kiteboarding all around. They also do different disciplines. They also ride the hydrofoil, and they're very, very good at it, winning championships and everything.
True water men.
Yes, and yeah, you can also see they're one of the most professional riders out there. They're actually wearing some communication, so they get really updated by their caddies on what to do next. Here's the rodeo, the double forward rodeo and added rotation, and just puts on the board on time.
That was less than a meter there to get that board back up on his feet. Oh, showing great experience, James, at just 16 years of age.
The crashes aren't bothering him.
No.
It looks like he already spent 16 years on the water, like consecutively.
Quality over quantity here we are seeing from the young Italian.
Mega loop straight out the womb.
Well, that sounds about right.
There we go. Timo, quick shot of him there He'll be making his way a little bit back upwind. There are the scores on the top left-hand side of your screen. It's the top 3 tricks that add to your total, plus the 4th overall impression score.
Double
Timo
back
needs
roll,
this.
triple back roll. Triple back roll, board off from the fin,
He
and a
liked
loop.
it.
He's very happy
He liked
with that.
it. The only thing now,
Claimed it.
I mean, we've got 5 minutes left. We're nearly halfway into this. So the only thing I'm thinking here is he's done a lot of backhand loops, left foot forwards, has Timo. So we're going to have to start seeing him working the other direction or other moves. But this is a great heat so far. I have to say, Timo, he's won his first heat this year. He's got through to the quarters. He's done the same last year as well, by the way. He's used to being here, and that will give him some good confidence that he's one of those riders that to get through that first heat in first when you've got 2 other riders. That's a lot.
I mean, confidence, you can get all the confidence in the world, but if you're riding against someone with the last name Casati, you know you're in trouble and that you have to bring your A game.
He looked quite confident.
You too, mate.
Happy there. We see Leonardo Casati. Close scores, but it does feel like he just has the upper hand. Look at that gust coming through. Look at the gust blowing over the water as he spots the kicker. Up he goes.
Great timing here. Double back roll, board off with a dirty loop, triple back roll. Oh, nice.
Oh, what a
Sticking
take.
it.
What a take. They liked it. Look at that head bop. Yeah.
And that will count towards his variety score, towards the overall impression score, because he was looping with his front hand, the dirty loop.
Tell me about the overall impression score, Ruben. What is that for the people just joining us, perhaps?
Nah, don't worry, it's just a confusing score added at the end of each heat. No, it is difficult to explain, but it is needed. So the judges are really looking for the most complete big air rider in the world. And for that, we have the overall impression score. So that they need to jump both ways, to the left, to the right. So jumping towards the beach, jumping towards the sea, but also looping with your backhand, which is a normal mega loop, and looping with the front hand, which is called a dirty loop.
Okay.
And then you can throw in back rolls, back rotations, or forward rotations in there. And that's something the judges really take into account. And like you said, Colin, also the handle passes. Unhooking from your harness, taking the full power of the wind and the kite onto your bare arms and then doing handle passes. That's something that the judges really love to see.
So in essence, you're saying we're looking for the most complete big air rider. I want to see forwards, backwards, in, out, left foot forward, right foot forward, front loop, in terms of the boogie loop, and then your mega loop, just again continuing the variation of direction. I think direction just seems to be the word that stands out to me here.
It's always been like that at King of the Air, like some of the other events are just one trick, which suits that style and format. But King of the Air has always been about pushing the sport and showcasing all that's available in the sport. Now, the real key thing for you to remember here is that position you see in the top left-hand corners, we'll get on that in a minute as we see a back roll delayed loop with board off, so he's going to crash that, unfortunately for Leo. But the scores you see in the top left-hand corner, the first and second, may change at the end when the extra score comes in. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Timo is doing quite well if he also adds some variety coming into the beach. Here, double forward, triple forward, quadruple forward. These guys are just rotating 4 times in one jump whilst looping that kite and taking their board off. It's absolutely impressive.
Oh, that was incredible there from Timo Boersma. Covered what looked like a lot of horizontal distance as per from the drone footage. So he needs that power again. Yeah, no, James, just to emphasize again, 3 top tricks. They can be the exact same tricks as well, by the way. All 3 can score very well. But here's a quick replay from that one from Timo. Great camera angle this time. Ruben.
Double forward, so doobie loop, board off, and 2 added rotations on the way down whilst controlling his kite for the landing. Well done by Timo Boersma, really giving it to Leonardo Casati, who is still in the lead in this heat. If you're not looking at the overall impression score just yet, that will be added at the end of each heat. So I think Timo needs to add some variety to his tricks. We see him mainly jumping, going out to sea. And here he goes, very vertical again. Kite loop, board off from the fin. That's not really gonna score good. It will add to his variety score, I think, but because it was just a straight loop, no rotations. But you need to bring some better tricks to Leo Casati in order to kick him out of this competition. So that's going to be very hard. Leonardo Casati jumping towards the inside with a triple forward rotation and a kite loop. Unfortunately crashing, so no points for that.
Yeah, 1 minute left of this heat. We've just taken a deep dive into the results online, me and Colin there. There's a 6.44 scoring at the moment for Leo Casati. It's not quite 6.5, which would have given him an extra point in the variation. And I wonder if that is gonna come back to get him at the end here, because this is very close.
It's very possible. We have seen these scores flip on their heads with the overall impression score. Oh, come on, Leo. Oh,
You can't take
negotiating
that.
that lander, but Timo responding there with a dirty loop.
Yeah, double forward rotation and an added rotation. 3 forward rotations and a dirty loop there for Timo Boersma. But Leonardo Casati just landed an incredible move towards the beach, right in front of the crowd and the judges. And here's another one, just crashing it for Leonardo Casati. But I think he has done enough, and that trick will count towards his variety score. Not his last one, his second last one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there goes the buzzer for the end of this heat. This was heat number 14 in round number 3 here at the Red Bull King of the Air between Timo Boersma from the Netherlands and Leonardo Casati from Italy.
Yeah, so sorry to jump in here, guys. He needs that to be over a 6.5, I think, Timo, as we see that last move, as we see the highlights of what a great battle that was between these two.
Yeah, but Timo's variety score is not going to save him in this one, I'm afraid.
I think so too, Ruben. I mean, Leonardo here coming with a mountain of experience at just the age of 16. Timo did really try it, but again, Timo didn't really do anything on the outside. And again, it's important to note that it has to be a 6.5 trick or high in order to count towards the variety score. And Leonardo just had that edge.
Yeah, I mean, Ruben, you haven't even looked at the scores, but you read that one pretty well, didn't you? You knew he was going to get a good reaction. Ruben, why don't we just ask you rather than sitting going into the results? That's one of the best heats you've ever looked at. Can I tell you that?
Gents,
Props, bro.
Cheers, mate. No, Leo was riding really confident, really with a lot of variation in there. That is something that the judges are rewarding at this event. For the first time in the Red Bull King of the Air, we have implemented a more objective, no, not objective.
I think, yeah, objective.
Objective, yeah,
that's the correct word, yeah. Objective way of the overall impression score, putting the overall impression score back into the power of the riders and not just purely subject to a judge's decision. So that is exciting. But, gents, Leonardo Casati, at just the age of 16, makes his way through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and we remind you, he will avoid his brother. He will avoid the champion, Andrea Principi. He will avoid Jeremy Belando. The big three that we talk about, he'll avoid all of them. What a route through, and will he power his way into the top 5 big names in the sport? I think so.
Well, he's in the semi-finals now, and he's got a bag full of tricks ready to show us what he's got. So we will continue in round 3 with heat 15 with his brother, Leonardo's brother, Lorenzo Casati, our 2022 Red Bull King of the Air champion. After him, it was Andrea Principi reigning. So he is hungry for that podium, and he showed us on day 1 that he is a top contender, ready, hungry to be king again. Taking on Shahar Sabari, our Grom.
Yeah,
really amazing
he looks
riding.
up for it. Remember, he knocked out Josh Gillett in the second round there, you know, so he's no mug.
Super technical, super stylish. So this is definitely going to be a heat to watch. And yeah, let's quickly take a look at the style comparison between these two riders. And you you see who is the underdog here. That is not Lorenzo Casati. Lorenzo Casati has got his marks up.
And Lorenzo obviously qualifying because of his podium finish result from last year. As you can see, dominating the stats on every aspect of height, power, variety, technicality, and risk factor, Lewis.
Yeah, Lorenzo, of course, you know, we have to remind you, he isn't the reigning champion here, but he's had one belter of a year. He's looking to complete the trilogy. He's had the better results of any rider this year. He's the dominant one. And this is just a little window into how he's feeling in this quarterfinal. If he can smash and power this one like he did in the first round, remember, where he won by 4 points. He got 4 points higher.
Who's jumping first? Oh no, they're both in the air at the same time. Look at that. The judges can only look at one rider, so one of these scores, and that is Lorenzo's, is not going to count most likely.
Wow.
Very interesting point. Colin, can you explain that?
Yes, Ruben, glad you brought it up, but that is important for you viewers to note that whichever rider takes off first, the judges will be all eyes on him. That is very important to note as we see a replay here of Lorenzo with just a basic kite loop, but that is important for you viewers.
Basic kite loop, that was a triple forward rotation.
Triple forward, basic kite loop maneuver as far as the basics of the trick.
But that's interesting because he's actually deliberately didn't take the board off then. He must have felt that he was in the air at the wrong time.
Okay, here goes Lorenzo Casati again with a massive double, triple, quadruple back roll, board off.
Triple for me there.
Tornado, I'll take it. Tornado on the way down there by Lorenzo.
We
that was
disagree to
incredible
disagree.
there from Lorenzo Casati. Oh, but again, important for you to remember that whoever takes off first, the judges will have their eyes on that rider.
Yeah,
So
what a shot that was to show
Big
us.
time.
Clearly there. I wonder if Sahar saw him about to take off
Yep.
that wave and just thought, I'm going to send this. What a gee, we never see that tactic. What a wonderful thing for you to have seen on the screen there. And I think that's why Lorenzo didn't maybe take the board off.
He found a way to sneak in there. Shahar Sabari was like, if I'm in the air first, the judges will score me, and then Lorenzo's move won't be scored. So
why weren't we doing that?
Could have be a bit of mind games. Bit of mind games here as we see Shahar taking off there.
Oh, tornado.
Oh, look at that kite stalling on the side with the tornado. Mega loop nicely landed there.
He's taking it to him.
From the young man, just 17 years of age on his rookie debut here in round number 3.
From that view, you could also see him landing downwind and going full speed. Like when you point the board downwind on your landing, you can just go as fast as possible, because if you land on the upwind angle, it's going to be a hard take. So you see all the riders land fully downwind, and that's how they manage their speed and balance out.
But Lewis, you made a great comment there about Lorenzo Casati landing on 5 podiums this year out of the 6 major events, if I could call it that. So he has got a lot of podium experience behind him.
Connecting here with a double forward dirty loop.
Oh, you can't take that like that. Oh, he's got a lot of work to do here. It could be the Houdini. I don't believe it. It's the Houdini. He's managed to have his kite go through itself and take off. That is unbelievable. If his lines are completely good there, that is the Houdini. Never seen that in competition.
Lines are good, mate.
Am I allowed to name that move even though I never did it?
That's fine. Take it,
Houdini.
This is the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air, bringing you not just big air action, but insane action, unexpected ways in which these guys recover out of tough situations like that.
Will he swap his kite? I mean, that kite for sure had to have gone through itself maybe there.
No, it didn't.
You don't think so?
No.
Take
It's a true Dini. It's a true Dini.
Take a close look at his lines. It does look like there's
Here
slack
goes
on his back
Shahar.
lines.
Shahar just with a straight kite loop board off and a back rotation.
I'm not sure Lorenzo's going slowly. Is he giving time for the caddies to do something?
All right, so a very interesting point. Thanks, director, for pointing out that the judges did score both of those beginning tricks. As long as the judges are capable of seeing it, it's only when they're miles apart and they can only focus on one rider. But they were able to see the full trick of both riders. So lucky there for Lorenzo.
They certainly saw that one, though.
Yeah, that one is going to go. He travels a mile down the beach. You can tell by the camera angles. He's now towards the lower end of the competition box. Lorenzo Casati looking at his watch, seeing how much time, just under 6.5 minutes remaining here in the Heat 15, round 3.
It's been a good heat there. I was sure that they had to judge the one they saw. Who makes these?
Yeah.
Going in the bin, that one.
Check the stats, just over 6 minutes left. Oh man, this is incredible. We will have 3 more heats to go after this, but we'll see how much daylight we still have as we're into the latter half of the day here with Shahar Sabari, the rookie. Oh, no, he's going to turn on that one. Just too much bump on that wave. Not enough of a ramp to get that vertical height, Ruben.
Yeah, it was like a double whammy. So then you get thrown off by the first one. You slam into the second wave. You know all about that, Lewis. And yeah, Shahar Sabari is looking to tag back to the beach and jumping towards the beach right in front of the spectators, taking off with a front roll and an inverted half cab roll there with a...
Oh, he got thrown. He must have hit a gust there, Ruben. He's still receiving that crash as we talk. He must have got a gust on the way down there. He looked good for it. It just yanked him into another rotation there. That was a tough break.
100%. He tried to make the most of that, and unfortunately, he didn't complete that trick. So no score there. A lot of wasted time and energy for Shahar, and he needs all the power he can get against Lorenzo Casati. Let's see him fly there from this beautiful FPV angle, going into a triple forward board off.
The 2022 Red Bull King of the Air champion starting to find his rhythm now. It's been 2 years that one of his arch rivals, Andrea Principi, has held the crown, but is it going to be time for him? This is a very strong performance, but I have to say, Shahar Sabri, come on, it is a tough one. No, I'm not, okay? I messed that up, and I'm going to think about that later night, okay? But anyway, he's been unbelievable. From Portugal, he's on a 9 meter. He's really performing well against a top rider.
No, this is incredible, a rookie performance here from Shahar. He'll be super stoked having both his mom and dad here present with him on the beach. Wonderful people. Great to have them out here in support for him. As you can see, the nice haze color indicating that the sun is setting. But I do feel that Lorenzo is definitely either holding back or struggling to find the same groove that he had in round 1, considering that banging of an opener maneuver of an 8.4 in round 1. So He's yet to pull it out, but maybe he's just playing it safe. He will have an indication of what the scores are on his watch.
It's different conditions, different day. You know, the kickers were a bit better on that opening day. You know, we're looking at a very difficult day here. I mean, look at that cloud in the background over the Musenberg way, Colin. That was a high cloud. It wasn't coming up. It's got a different vibe. The wind's a bit more offshore. You know, it hasn't lent itself to these Canaan heats that we saw. He got a better heat than anybody by 4 points, but can he connect with this?
There we go.
Yes, he can. Boom. Straight off that lip, diving forward into 2 rotations and pulling a dirty loop with his front hand, and 2 added rotations on the way down for Lorenzo Casati. Putting another high-scoring trick on the board here.
Just showing that experience and being able to land after multiple rotations. At the moment for Shahar, the multiple rotations is proving to be his nemesis, but he comes in this time, right foot forward.
Here he goes again for the double forward dirty loop, also 4 rotations, but not getting it.
Yeah, it's on the inside now with that choppy waves and you know, the difficult gusty wind. That's just fine. He's finding it hard to get the landing in there, so the pressure's on.
He needs to adapt to this, and I would say just lessen the rotations, knock off 1 or 2 rotations on the way down, focus on your landing, get it in, then once you got that momentum, you can go back for it again. So just needs to settle down. This is a good example where experience comes into play to say, listen, in these current conditions, don't force the rotations maybe as much. Ruben, kind of just keep it together to get the scores on.
Of course, I mean, you definitely want to play it safe. A crash doesn't benefit anyone. Well, however, it is entertaining. We do love seeing a good crasher now and then. But these riders are here to put the highest scoring tricks on the board, of which 3 will count, accompanied by their overall impression score added at the end of each heat. And that's what the riders are here for. And I think Lorenzo Casati is still showing what he's capable of, even in these challenging conditions.
Here was a move we missed from Lorenzo Casati on the inside. 3 front rotations with the board off and a dirty loop.
Yeah, and I love...
Pencil drop into the water. Let's hope he's right. It's shallow there, by the way.
But that just shows how hard it is right foot forwards if he's crashing that as well. And Shahar just came off that crash, so that's an identifier now that I don't know if they're going to bother with right foot forward again. Although positioning where you see it now, I wouldn't be surprised if Lorenzo did go for another one. He's going to have to watch traffic.
He has to for his variety score. The judges want to see him jump both ways. No matter how challenging it is, it will benefit you.
At the moment, judging by these scores that we have available to us here, you viewers can also see some of these on redbullkingoftheair.com. Click on results, scroll down, and you can see the tricked scores for every single trick that has been completed in the heat. If you hover your mouse over the information button, you will also see the variety score. But there you can see Lorenzo Casati with the highest jump of 19.2. Let's see if he can improve that on his way out. And Shahar, I feel, needs to knock off that 5.42 in order to give himself a chance.
But he will know that too, because he is wearing the Wind Games app on his smartwatch, on his wrist. So on his wrist, he has basically all the data he needs in order to put himself in the best position he can possibly can.
Mug that off though. Ruben, would you have loved that when you competed, looking at your watch and seeing the scores? Is that something we would have liked, or would you rather not known?
We'll just say 420 the whole time, mate. Just get extra high during my heats, mate. No, but I mean, the more data, the more information you have, you can complete your heats better. So I think it is definitely an advantage that we have now, having the Wind Games app with the Surfer app data. It's really, really, really beneficial for the riders. They all love it.
See Lorenzo Casati with the sun behind him, finds a kicker. He yanks his kite up, gets good vertical height on it. Inverted front rotation, board off, added front rotation.
Back rotation.
Oh, back rotation on the way down. Thanks,
no,
Ruben.
It was all the way back.
All the way back. Sweet.
All backs, mate.
Oh, that was sweet. You got my back. Thanks.
I got your back, buddy. No, this is a forward rotation here. Oh, what? No, he went for it. What? He landed it? No!
Oh!
That's what we're talking about. These new generation kids, they are getting so creative with all their tricks. They are even flicking their boards like boomerangs into the sky and catching it again. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Let's take a quick look at what Shahar was trying to do here.
Oh, that was absolutely incredible. He needed to land that.
It's going to be the end of that heat, and I think Lorenzo Casati had all the other angles covered there with variation, higher jumping. It was a great performance from Shahar, but God, that was exciting, that one, wasn't it?
That was.
What was that?
What?
No, that was an absolute buzzer.
Whoa.
What came dropping from the sky there in the water?
Okay,
here's some highlights from this heat between Shahar Tsabari and Lorenzo Casati. Here he went in a tornado, 4 back rolls and a board off whilst looping that kite. And here goes Lorenzo Casati with his signature triple forward with a board off and a mega loop. Here, taking off with a back roll, inverted back roll. And a dirty loop, pulling the loop with his front hand. It's called a dirty loop. Very, very well done. Stomped.
Ruben, it could only have been Danny Seals.
Sealing seal.
That was I'm going Seal. What do you think that was? Did you see that crazy splash there?
Possible. I mean, he's been with us since day one of the waiting period. So
and what is going on with the seals these days, guys? They've got some rabies.
Well, there is a bit of a biting spree going around, so please stay safe as you're on the beach. But there are no surprising result with Lorenzo Casati seeing himself through again to a 4th consecutive semi-final here at the 2025 Red Bull King of Air. Shahar, great effort there by him, by the rookie. Iconically there, you can see Shahar boasting the highest trick score of the heat, a 7.44, higher than Lorenzo's 7.34. But Lorenzo's overall impressions, look at that, 6.35 compared to 3.49. Again, it's about crowning the most complete rider.
More high quality variation in his moves, and the high quality, more over 6.5s. You're not seeing the full picture of those ones on that screen, but yeah, deserved winner, and he's looking good. Remember, he's trying to get the trilogy, but we now move on to banger. Koen van Dijk, tell me about him, Ruben.
Koen van Dijk, my brother, also fellow Dutchie, loves coming to Cape Town, and yeah, he's no stranger to competition. He is a Red Bull athlete, and he knows how to throw down. That's why we call him Big C. Always riding with a lot of power, a lot of technicality, and yeah, he's taken on Jeremy Berlando. So this is definitely going to be a crazy heat to watch.
Yeah, Jabo, you know, fresh from winning the Red Bull Cold Hawaii, the only rider to win anything other than the other two for the last 19 months here. 2024 Big Air World Champion, but he wasn't here last year, Jeremy Berlando, and that's why his seeding was a bit off. You know, we have to remind you, Koen van Dijk was seeded 6th here, but if you look, where did he come? Where did Jabo came in at 13th? So he was always going to have an interesting route through, but this is going to be a cracker.
It does, and the riders have been talking about other events throughout the year, how the seeding does play a big part. At the end of the day, though, the best rider is the best rider on the day, and that's what it's all about. And there's a great shot of Lorenzo Casati, who looks like he's firm on his way to his 4th
See his
podium
radio
finish.
there. There's his radio pack. That's not the most streamlined that I've seen, but that's obviously the best around technology-wise. But that is Caddy on the beach telling him the situation. That's really interesting.
And there we go. This is a kickoff for Heat 16 in round number 3. Both guys hungry to make it through to the semifinals. Here Koen van Dijk stomping his first score on the trick, and he landed. Yes, he can.
Wonderful.
Oh, no. And Jeremy Berlando responding with some great horizontal travel distance there.
Yeah, look, I mean, we didn't get the start of Jeremy Berlando's move, but both of these opened up brilliant. Koen van Dijk really connected with that wave as good as he could. It wasn't exactly the perfect breaker, but his kite really helped him with that vertical lift there. That north kite was a great bit of equipment there that has helped him to go up in the sky.
But both of these riders qualifying for this year's event by other events and results at other events, but a quick replay.
Slamming through that kicker there is Jeremy Berlando, not getting in the height he wanted because he got hung up on that lip a little bit, but still landing this clean for a score on the board. He wasn't getting as high as Koen, who was jumping up to 20 meters high. And here Koen goes with a double forward, the double loop board off, and an added rotation.
Found the wave there.
Really nice there from Kohan.
Jabo on the slingshot, Ruben, a brand that you're familiar with.
100%.
Yeah.
I started out on slingshot. They've been a great supporter for my first 10 years in my career, and forever grateful for that. Riding the slingshot fuel back in the days.
Yeah, we were on the same team. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Is that even possible?
Can't remember, mate. Just kidding.
Jabo heading in right foot forward. Oh no, great to see both these riders. As said before, both of them punching their ticket to this year's event. Kohan doing it by finishing in 2nd place at the Red Bull qualifier in Tarifa. Jeremy Berlando, obviously Lewis, as you said, winning that incredible event at the Cold Hair Hawaii, and of course guaranteeing them a spot in this year's event.
We went to Langebaan. We drove around together. I was fresh on the team. I was in your car. It was like the best days of my life. I know it was only a year, but what do you mean? Tell me you remember.
I remember you riding the slingshot fields and jumping the Brighton Pier on it, Lewis. I will never forget.
Good. Well, at least you remember something these days.
Koen van Dijk, they're wanting to go for
living
that
in the
trick.
moment, mate.
Wanting to go for that trick, but just not getting it in there. He went up for that vertical jump. No, nothing on it. Oh, but before we continue with this action, Therese is on the beach with the winner of the last heat, Lorenzo Casati. Therese, take it away.
Lorenzo, you seem to be fully chilling and enjoying it out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. The conditions were amazing. The wave was a bit gusty. I was on my 9. But yeah, I managed to land some nice tricks, so made it through to next round. Let's get it.
What do you think? Is it gonna be a Casati brother final?
I mean, why not? I just know before my heat that my brother made it too as well to the semi. So it's like I need to get this 100% that we have the chance.
Wow, there Cohen stomping a nice quadruple front roll dirty loop. He's stoked on that right in front of the judges and the spectators. That's how you do it. He is putting some lovely scores on the board, and this will let him overtake the scores from Jeremy Berlando.
He might not have been looking to jump off a wave so quick, but he instinctively saw that wave and took that opportunity to land another banger. Will that score over 6.5 though? I don't know.
Maybe, again, to remind you viewers that for the overall impression score, those tricks need to each be above 6.5, otherwise it does not count, and they have to be distinctively unique between each other. But here we go, Jeremy, good timing off the kicker. Two front rotations, board off, dirty loop. Nice added front rotation on the way down. He needed that, Jabo. He needed that. That should drop away his 3.73.
Yeah, Ruben, we got lost in Langebaan. We drove around. It was just, how do you even get lost in Langebaan? It's a tiny place in between Shark Bay and the main. Don't you remember? Tell me you remember.
I've got some stories for you, Lewis, but I will save those for another time because we are right now watching Cohen van Dijk and Jeremy Berlando battle it out in order to stay here in the Red Bull King of the Air 2025 event. They are going to give it their all, because if they get kicked out now, one of these guys is going to end up in 7th place and one gets a chance to go for that title, to go for the crown. And who will it be, Lewis? Who would you put your money on? Are we allowed to bet?
I mean,
10 quid, mate. Come on, you got it.
I wasn't on the team for long, right? I was on it. It was less than a year, right? Maybe you could forget, but what I do remember is that brand having such, and still do have, such a cool, aggressive marketing. It was you on there that inspired me to ride that brand, and I've got a lot of time for them as well. Big ups to Sam Light in the UK, who's been repping for them a long time. And here on your screens is Jeremy Berlando. What was your question to me? I was still just coming to terms with how you forgot those.
Who would you put your 10 quid on, mate? For this heat?
For this heat? Oh, it'd be hard to imagine anyone else. Jabo maybe coming through, but you know, he wasn't here last year. Cohen was. I don't want to look at this. How can you do that to me with 0.18 in it between these two with 4 minutes and 50 seconds? Who do I think is going to deal with this?
Here Cohen van Dijk riding his North Orbit kite with beautiful Red Bull branding. He has been sending it in.
He didn't mean that. He didn't mean that. I think he got hung out into a back roll there, and that went low. But meanwhile, he did mean this dirty loop and a nice grab as well in this one. It looked like a tail grab at the end of that from Jeremy Berlando. So he's seized the opportunity. But for me, Van Dijk, that kite went low. That kite went low.
And I mean, look at the scores here, gents. Only 0.18 separating these riders with less than 4.5 minutes left in this round 3 heat number 16. But that score should change a little bit after Jeremy's move out at the back. But a little bit of lulls in some of the gusts on the front. Looks like a few winds a little bit more patchy.
100%. It's hard to really find it and to ride as powerful as these gents are always hoping for. So yeah, it is a bit of a puzzle, but here we see Jeremy Berlando and Cohen van Dijk both riding towards the beach. And who is heading out first? It's Cohen van Dijk turning around, putting his eyes on a kicker and hopefully timing that with a perfect gust in order to jump vertically to perform his mega loops. There he goes, connecting with this kicker. He does a mega loop, board off, and he actually flung the board between his legs.
Yeah, that was really nice. Well spotted. I'd love to see it close up of that.
Looks like it was sprinting on a treadmill up there.
Almost a bit like Nick Jacobson when he moves that foot out and goes over. Was it the whole board though? That was really interesting.
I did a Wappo back in 2004. A Wappo is a handle pass between the legs. He does it with the board instead of the handle.
Risky move that if you plan on having a family.
Yeah, well, I can do a couple Wappos now.
I don't think you can.
Jabo
I'll show you.
spotting the kicker, back rotation. Mega loop back roll with I would say an inverted half cab, but maybe not as much.
What
but
a
still
landing.
a sticking of a landing there by Jabo and saying, yeah, what more do you want from the Spaniard?
Both of these riders now fighting for position here to make it through to the semi-final of the Red Bull King of the Air. Talk me through this, Ruben.
Here this is Cohen van Dijk going with that board off through the legs.
My goodness.
Going through the legs.
That has to be a first here at the King of the Air since 2013. But here, back to Cohen. Wow.
Right foot forwards then with a kite loop. Board off on the inside. It's not going to really get high enough scores to count in his variation category.
And it's very tricky on the inside because you just land into the waves again. So it is a bit of risk jumping towards the inside. can have some lulls in the wind and landing in the waves, so it's not ideal to waste your energy in that. However, for the variety score, they want to jump both ways. Now Cohen is hunting kickers going out to sea. The sun is going low, so it is very hard to look into the sun as well. It is challenging conditions right now. These riders are spending hours on end training in all kinds of conditions all over the world in order to become the most complete big air riders. So welcome so much to the Red Bull King of the Air 2025. This is already day 2. Yep. And it's full of action. You're here with me, Lewis Crathern, and Colin Heckroot, of course, as a local South African representing for many years in a row here in the booth.
Finally a crash from Jeremy Belando. We are on the edge of our seats here, literally in the live stream booth, right at the front, because this is a real exciting one. Still hardly anything between them, but Koan van Dijk finding some airtime there. That looked like at least 20 meters, Ruben. Maybe from the Win Games data you can confirm that.
Yeah, please confirm that, Ruben. But I don't know if you saw the pull that he got in the horizontal direction. It's like literally just disappeared out of the zoom there from the drone.
16.5.
16.5. So
his highest jump has been 20 meters, but it was 16.5 meters high and 114 meters far with 6.9 seconds airtime there for Cohen.
That's amazing. Colin, you're looking deep into the stats there. How's the variation score looking? Who's performed the most unique moves? Because remember, everyone, there will be an extra score at the end of this heat.
So at the moment, if you look, and again, you viewers from around the world, you can go onto redbullkingoftheair.com, click on results, scroll down, and you can see the scores from every single trick performed, as well as a comment that tells you whether it's a unique trick or not. So at the moment, Koan van Dijk has 4 unique tricks above the 6.5 range, and Jeremy Belando has 3.
And that's exactly what they would have just been passing on to, is that Jeremy Belando there, saying you got to go big here.
And you got to do something different. Oh, this is good. Wow, look at that.
He had to bin it. He's binned it.
And then Cohen, what's he going to do? He's got 20 seconds left in order to his name. Let's see if Cohen can maybe unhook or do something for that overall impression score, because that will really help him through.
Jabo bin that early. He took a whack there, I think, as well. And interesting for me, these riders have got such good intuition.
Yes,
is it a double?
No.
Was that a double?
Oh, no,
was it a double?
He dealt with it. He unhooked.
Are you sure it wasn't a double?
No, it was not a double. It was a Kung Fu pass. He played it safe. He didn't do a double there, but he did land it blind. So this is definitely going to get Koen van Dijk the variety score that he needs. Look at these highlights here. Going into that double back roll, triple back roll with a board spin. Absolutely incredible performance from both of these gentlemen. That was not the best takeoff to get the vertical height, but Jeremy completing his rotations and his board spin in order to come for a clean landing. Koen van Dijk here with that signature board off through the legs.
Yeah, he really started to get into the groove during the end of this heat. Jeremy Belando really had to come back hard, and he was in this heat right to the end. We'd love to see that last move. I'm not sure how high. I'm interested how much they scored. 4.66 they scored the unhooked handle pass to blind. So Ruben, was there any point in doing that?
Yeah, I think it still adds to his variety score, or not with trick.
No, not at the moment, but
well, you told me
no,
it does.
There you go.
It does add to the variety score, just not
the last 3 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in a lesser way than what it did in previous
but earlier
years.
you mugged me off and said it didn't at all.
Koen van Dijk is indeed kicking himself into the semi-finals with risking all that he did, and he kicked out, unfortunately, for Jeremy Belando, not making it through and ending in 7th place.
Yeah, he just can't make it work here. The Red Bull Cold Hawaii winner is out. The big 3, the only rider other than Andrea Principi and Lorenzo win anything in the place in the semi-finals. That is really interesting, and he will go up against Principi. But on the screens right now, Colin.
Giel Vlucht, the Viking. Age of 30, the oldest rider, the 2025 King of the Air, desperately hoping to break the curse of round 3 up against Luca Cerruti. But here is a nice style comparison, Ruben, between these 2 riders.
100%. You see Double G, Giel Vlucht, the inventor of the double mega loop, has got a lot of height, a lot of power. And there comes Lucas Cerruti. He's got a little bit more variety, a little bit more technical, but it is pretty equal on that. And the risk factor is definitely on Giel's side. He likes to put that kite low, and that is what the judges love to see. So this is a really, really exciting heat coming up between local boy Lucas Cerruti and Dutchman Giel Vlucht.
Oh, Giel Vlucht. I just love his style of riding, as you say. Very powerful, very aggressive. The Viking from Tarifa. He enjoys training out and Tarifa side. Lucas Cerruti, a third place finisher, the first ever South African to rise to the podium.
He was so happy, and he has been training so hard before that, but ever since, like even more. Riding a lot together with his best friend Jason van der Spuy. And yeah, they just create phenomenal content and just practice and have so much fun together. So it's lovely to see the stoke and yeah, the progression.
And there goes the buzzer.
Giel Vlucht hunting down the kicker. He wants to put a stamp on this heat straight away. I know it. He wants the height. He wants to put his kite low. There he goes, getting the height. Not putting the kite low. Only a laid back roll and 2 added rotations, but crashing. He wasn't getting really that vertical takeoff, was he, Colin?
No, he wasn't. The kicker was kind of flat on him, unlike this kicker here from Lucas Cerruti.
Wow, local boy. Oh, losing his board.
No, he needed to hang on to that.
That's not what he envisioned. That's not what he had been training in the gym.
Yeah, exactly. As we saw him in the training video, very focused, very determined. But our last South African standing is going to have to recover confidently after that in order to have any chance of seeing it through against a very tough competitor. Giel Vlucht heading out to sea. As you can see, the sun's still setting. Ruben taking off. Oh, no, he's not. No, he will opt out of that one, not getting the height. Giel, of the bigger riders, making a difference?
Giel is the oldest rider in the fleet, and also, yeah, a little bit of the heavier riders, and he likes a lot of wind. I mean, we all do, but Giel especially shines when the conditions are nuclear, and that's not happening right now. So it is definitely challenging for him. And Lucas Cerruti, very technical rider, and yeah, of course, this is his home spot. So
he knows it. He knows the spot better than most. Really been training a lot, training hard, spending a lot of time, also a lot of content online. But as the drone follows Giel Vlucht, I doubt he's going to do anything out as the ocean gets very bumpy once you get behind the sets. Yep, and there goes Giel turning in, right foot forward.
But this is the most prestigious event of the year, the Red Bull King of the Air 2025. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you don't know what you are watching kiteboarding, extreme big air kiteboarding. These are the best kite surfers in the world performing their best big air tricks. And there you see Cohen van Dijk from the previous heat finding out that he made it through to the semi-finals. Congratulations, Cohen.
Oh, Cohen in his 4th King of the Air appearance, having made the semis in his 1st King of the Air appearance, he's now finds himself into his 2nd semi-final. I'm sure we'll be heading into an interview there from him on the beach. So very excited, animated Cohen van Dijk. He'll be stoked. But here's the camera now on Giel Vlucht with just under 8 minutes left. So he's still in the early parts of this heat. And having an amazing time at it too. Yeah, the 2025 Red Bull King of the Year coming to you live from the beautiful city of Cape Town, South Africa, with fellow South African Lucas Cerruti, showing you viewers online what big air kiteboarding is all about. But plenty of action still in stall. Here we go. Is Giel going to do something right foot forward? Yes, he is. Pumps that line, tension up.
Nice kite loop, laid back roll, board off, and an added rotation on the way down. Very composed, landing it clean. He needed that.
He did. He did need that. Let's see if it gets it above the 6.5 range, but at the very least, it will add to his top 3 scores as we're waiting for some of the first scores to drop. And Lewis, you were briefly out there. What's it feeling like?
I was out there, just took a little trip to the little boys' room, and it was like a scene out of Jackass in the Portaloos. I thought that thing was going to flip over. The wind has picked up a bit as the evening and sun starts to come down. Doesn't seem to look on the water as much.
I was just saying, it looks like it's dropping, and
but
also
on the land,
looking at the height they're getting, around 16 meters.
But on the land, maybe that warm heat is starting to come through more on the land now, which might indicate why it's so difficult right foot forwards. But it still felt windy out there. I think these riders are at least on 9s, and I think we're actually about to pop down and have an interview with Cohen from that last heat.
Time call! How was it to stand here? You've been waiting 5 minutes for the result.
I've been waiting the whole day for this result. Man, fuck yes! Yes!
Oh. Give it up for going, everyone here!
I'm so beyond stoked. Obviously, this was a proper fight, because him and I are very close, and I don't think I won by far. I'm going to check the scores now. 1 point. I was going for the variety. Oh, yes!
Good luck for the next round, buddy.
But it's the semifinals, so we're not in the finals yet. Next one's gonna be hard.
I can feel your energy. Let's go.
We've got to do it. We've got to do it.
We saw Luca Cerruti there in the yellow lycra and on his fly surfer kite, designed by Luke McGillivray, also local South African boy who designs the kites for fly surfer. Absolutely incredible team here. He wasn't getting the height on that takeoff because it is all about building up as much tension between you and the kite and taking all that power, sitting on your back foot and then kicking into the wind in order to get that vertical height.
Mega loop, delayed back roll with the board off for Hill, and Hill's a bigger guy, you know. This doesn't suit him, this light wind. He seems to always end up with this deal at the Red Bull King. He's been here plenty of times. Am I right in saying he's the oldest rider here now, I think, and he'll be hoping for a stronger wind. But this is a really intriguing heat because both of these riders haven't lit up the world this year. They've got to semi-finals. It has to be said, 2024 semi-finalist was the last best result really for the Luca. Cold Hawaii, and he did get to the semi there at Cold Hawaii as well, but
Had a good performance.
both of these riders best really is semis and quarters last year for Hill Fluke. So
sorry to interrupt you there, Lewis. That is a devastated Jeremy Belando there on the lower right hand side. You can see raw emotion, and that's what comes out at this event. But back to the action as you see Luca Cerruti on your upper left-hand side. He's hunting for that kicker. Not got a lot of speed, not indicating that he's going to go for it, but a big gust of wind coming over there. But Jeremy, hold your head up high, bro. That was an excellent performance. Great to have him back after missing out last year. Previous podium finisher here at the Red Bull King of the Air. So
Giel Vlucht hunting down that kicker, and will he take off? No, it is a bit challenging condition. I'm sure the sports director is really taking a close look at the conditions because it's just harder for the riders to connect.
if you ever wonder just how much it means to these young athletes, that last shot will burn right into your eyes for a long time. That, look, the emotion, just to say nothing like that. I mean, that was a devastated rider that's desperate to get further and to get on the podium. But here's Giel Vlucht on the inside, finds a nice gut. Oh, he brings that kite right out the side as that doobie loop. Nice move for him.
Very, very nicely done here by Giel Vlucht. He knows what it takes to win competitions. He is a very composed rider, and he's got all the moves that it takes to land on that podium. And that is what these guys are battling for. A spot in the semi-finals, taking on Leonardo Casati, is the winner of this heat. Will it be Giel Vlucht? Or will it be Luca Cerruti?
Is he on the foil, Ruben? Is he on the foil? I saw him out there when I was out there ripping my session earlier.
He was training.
Is he on the foil kite now? Because he can send loops. It suggests to me with that reaction on the beach that he's taken his foil kite. Yes, he has.
He is. This is a first, ladies and gentlemen. The first time a foil kite is out and up and riding at the King of the Air. Let's see what Luca Cerruti can do with this. As straight on his first tack out, he hits out. Look at that kite loop. Whoa, come on, stick that thing, bro.
So floaty.
Wow, what an entrance with a brand new kite. Oh.
A great pit stop here from Luca Cerruti, and he has been training and developing, designing these kites specifically with the Fly Surfer team. These kites are more like a paraglider, so they create more lift, more hang time, and that is, of course, more air time to perform tricks. So let's see what Luca Cerruti can do with that. But I think, it's an interesting call.
What must be going through Giel Vlucht's mind here, thinking, wow, I've got a good chance here going through, and then your opponent goes and does something like that. How often do you see that?
No, well,
looking for the answers. This guy is on the beach, and so is Giel probably.
Here goes Luca Cerruti to the inside, trying to connect with the gust, but he's going to get some hang time on this foil kite. And he is looping it as well.
No ways.
And there's a very interesting graphic at the bottom there. It was true. He went from a 9 up to a 7. Work that out. It was true. That was a 7. I saw that number on that foil kite. That is how much power is on those kites. They're different kites altogether. Ram air kites. They're not inflated like our tube kites are. That kite is filled up by the flow of the air into it. That is a ram air kite. It's different, and so it has a lot more. It's much more.
It's slower. It's a lot harder to steer. That's why it's more difficult.
More efficient though.
Yeah, of course. Like for gliding, for wing, for like flying. But to loop it has been taking some development. They've made them much quicker these days, so that's why Luca Cerruti is able to perform on this Fly Surfer foil kite in the Red Bull King of the Air. It is getting up there, and it is giving him an advantage in these challenging conditions.
I tell you guys, I wonder if this is not going to be the end of it here, because Giel might end up kind of thinking, well, it's a bit like he's had to take a foil kite here. This might not be the end of it if this heat finished like this.
Oh, well, I mean, with the last standing South African, what a strategic move to pull up against a very experienced Giel Vlucht. But let's see what happens. Some patches all of a sudden again on the water, and the ocean just running flat on Giel with less than a minute left. will be
this
very
is
interesting to
very,
see.
very frustrating here for Giel Vlucht and of course also Lucas Cerruti, but he made a call to change his gear in order to deal with the light conditions better, and he's
massive.
showing a double forward dirty loop for Lucas Cerruti with a board up and falling on his face. Unfortunately, not gonna count towards his scores.
Yeah, and we have to remind you again that his kite isn't inflated. Had he stuck that in the drink there, you've got to get them up a bit quicker because the tube kites are designed to float. That's how we relaunched them. That's how you can make mistakes and learn the sport and crash. It's okay for your kite to sit on the water, but if it's a ram air kite, it might not take off again. So that is the risk you take.
Here goes Giel Vlucht finding a kicker. Yeah, not really looking for more. Is he connecting? Yeah, no, double whammy, not ideal. Double, yeah, doobie, board off. Nah, this is not what he is hoping for. He wants this heat to be postponed. He's like, I don't have enough power, and he is not happy with this. Giel Vlucht. Let's see what the overall impression score does. That can still save him.
Guys, what do you think? Do you think this is going to stand this heat? Yes or no, Colin?
I think so. If you go out with equipment and you make it work like that, it's a tough call.
Give me a yes or no.
Yeah.
Go on.
No.
Ruben?
No.
Nah, no, if you're Giel, you're a no.
Yeah.
And if you're Luca, you're a yes. I mean, this is going to be a big thing, though. Sorry, we're seeing these highlights to you. As you can clearly see the different kite. I don't think this has happened before in Red Bull King of the Air history.
No, this is the first. This is the very first to have a foil kite going out there at the latter part of the heat. So, what a strategy. What a strategy there from the South
What's that
African.
post on the forum? Ram Airs crash again? That would be lighting up if this changes.
Well,
on the paragliding forum.
Gentlemen, there you were talking about this heat being potentially abandoned or not, but there is a stunning result, a very frustrating one for Giel Vlucht. As his curse of the round 3 continues, he will have to find a way out of it, having finished in round 3 here at the King of the Air for 3 years in a row. But Lucas Cerruti, a third place finisher from last year, will see himself through to his second semi-final. Look at an elated. Oh, he is lit and he is pumped and he knows his strategy worked and it pulled off.
Hard work pays off, and there is Luc McGillivray, also kite designer for Flysurfer, supporting his brother, his teammate Lucas Cerruti, winning his heat, and the stoke is real, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, get another Boulevard on the bride, boys. There's some happy South Africans there.
No gaan ons braai, maat. No, ons gaan nou braai. So, oh man, what a performance there. That was a history in the making, a first ever foil kite being pulled out with less than 3 minutes left in that heat. Lucas Cerruti knew what he needed up against a very experienced Giel. Oh, look at the energy, look at the emotion, look at the local support here.
Give the man a braaibroekie already.
Oh, I gaan hem nou. No.
Some pup? Are you into the pup? You like the pup?
Pap is lekker. Pap is lekker. Pap, braaibroekie, choppiekie, vleisie, borsie, susati.
Millipap, they gave me in jail when I was in jail for a little bit. Well, only a few hours.
We'll not let you know what happened there, but oh, look at the raw energy and excitement there. Lucas Cerruti, the local crowd, absolutely berserk.
Obviously,
Brilliant.
those were for your crimes of being too extreme, Ruben.
100%. My mag loops were a little bit too gnarly for the time.
That's what I call a cage loop, right there.
Nice, and it looks like we are continuing even until the sun has set already. This is the last heat of round 3 and the last heat of the day. Day number 2 at the Red Bull King of the Air with reigning champion, King Defender, Andrea Principi, of course, from Italy, one of the most technical riders in the sport, taking on the Grom Zac Adams. This is going to be a wild heat, and let's pray for some proper wind.
This is it. The sun is setting. We are going to push it one more heat here at the 2025 Red Bull King of the Air. There goes the buzzer. Lewis, here we are. Last heat of round 3.
Yeah, hey, my kite's on the beach somewhere.
Boom! Off the flat water, double forward rotation, half cap here with a dirty loop. And 2 added rotations for Andrea Principi. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, he's a true competitor. He won't be phased at all by this slightly lighter wind here. But Zac Adams also knows what's going on. Seeded 5th from his semi-final last year. Zac Adams on the slingshot up against the duotone. This is going to be an intriguing heat.
We've got South Africa, Italy, USA, the Netherlands remaining here in the open division of the 2025 King of the Air. Come on, Adams.
What a deal. What a deal. That's that wave. It was there earlier, I promise you.
His foot slipped out on that landing and he wasn't going as high as Andrea was, unfortunately. Andrea's jump was 16 meter high and unfortunately Zac only 13 and crashed it, so no scores.
What's Luca doing here? Is he walking upwind to Cape Town or something? Still got his sight up.
safely landing his foil kite. It's also a different way of landing that kite.
Scary, isn't it?
Packing it up, yeah, it is
Always
something to get used to.
Always film someone launching one of those kites. It might go viral.
Might go viral. You'll find your moment on the top 10 on the YouTube list.
Definitely.
But there's a great shot of both our riders. You can see Andrea holding himself back, not throwing down the hammer yet as far as speed is concerned, waiting for that ramp. But Adams is not going to do that.
Connection.
No, only a mega low blade back roll and an added rotation. But see how much second lift those slingshot kites have.
Nice.
That was interesting. This, is that a sign of the wind starting to be a bit more into? They liked it on the jet ski. Did you see that? That was lovely. Dirty loop then
But
with
now,
a board flip.
with back rotations.
Oh, what a take.
No.
Oh, he celebrated, Ruben. He celebrated too early.
And that was the comment that was made during the riders' briefing when they saw him in practice raising his hand and saying, listen, bro, just keep in mind that would have been a crash. And in this case, it was. Never celebrate too early. We've seen plenty of those videos online for years. Oh, but we all know that he's got the experience. 8 minutes exactly left. These are 10-minute heats.
Got to recompose himself, the double champion, looking to make history here. Andrea Principi from Italy, looking for the hat-trick. No one's ever won 3 in a row. Here he goes. Can he repair the damage? It's a double back roll, dirty loop. Board flip, I think, as well there. And he keeps on
100%.
going. What a way to repair the damage there from the chow, back of the net.
Now you know why he is the current king. And Zac Adams knows that.
Double forward rotation and an added one on the way down here for Zac Adams, and landing it clean. He needs that in order to take on the champ.
He needed that. That was really good work there from the man from USA. Zac Adams
Andrea.
made it to the semi-final last year. He'll be hoping for another one. Look at that spectacular shot of the mother city, Cape Town, coming to you from Kite Beach. Again, another thank you to all of you for your patience for today as we wind down the clock on what has been a spectacular Red Bull King of the Air. But there in front of you, Zac Adams in the yellow vest, Andrea Principi in the blue. Gents, wind holding still up nicely at the time of sunset.
Yeah, maybe there's been another little burst of energy from the wind to try and get us through this quarter-final, as these two riders with 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining for one of them in this heat. But Principi started quite strongly here. What can Zac Adams do? Searching, hunting, as you do. We hunt for kickers in the hunting mode, and he's aborted that, Ruben. He's not going to get a score for that.
100%. I mean, it is keeping your head calm, keeping in the game, and if you're riding against the king, he is so fierce, so phenomenally strong in all his technical tricks, going both ways. But Zac Adams also got some tricks of his own, but...
Oh, this is going to be space.
He's got to land this. Come on! No.
Just not getting the height in order to complete that maneuver on the inside.
He thought he had time, you know. If he didn't think he had time there, he would have kicked the board off. But he felt he had time to put it on. But sometimes these waves, that extra half a meter of one of these waves coming up can be the difference. Whilst we see Andrea Principi not too bothered about that move. But to the end, this will be the last heat of this round. Can Andrea Principi do it? Can he get through? Remember, Kevin Langare from your country has won 3 times in a row, Ruben. Sorry, 3 times in his life, but no one's run 3 times in a row.
100%. Andrea Principi got it in 2023, 2024, and can he do it in 2025? That is the big question on everybody's mind.
That will put Andrea Principi in a very firm position. That was an excellent one. They're covering a lot of horizontal distance on that one.
Colin, what about South Africa never winning it? Is that going to happen? Could it be this year?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Whether it's going to happen this year or not, I have to be honest, even as a commentator and as a lover of the sport, the statistics are in Lorenzo and Andrea's favor. And that last one from Andrea just showed it's going to be tough to beat those 2 Italians.
I bet you wouldn't mind seeing these conditions in a final with the South African, though, especially Luca Taruti with that weapon.
From what we just saw, yeah.
Unbelievable foil
I do
kite.
believe it has opened up a new dynamic. It has opened up a new way of attacking conditions like this.
100%. Get your foil board and your foil kite out in order to get maximum power. Or height, at least.
Bit of both in his case. But, Andrea Principi there boasting a 7.04, 6.8, 6.58. A reminder about the overall impression score, and there you can see the sun has set.
And look, can you see the city in the background there as we look over to the southwest? Look at that. You can see there's no wind just in front of the city. Even out the back, you could just see that clear mirror. You know, that hasn't been all the way out wind today, but it's here now, and it's something you have to see. If you've never done this and come out to Cape Town, you've got to see it. Look at that sunset. We've all been there. Lots of kites have seen that beautiful view. And it's tough. It's on your eyes now. This camera has really adjusted its exposure to allow that shot. But when you ride out there as a competitor and that sun is in your eyes. It's harsh. Maybe that's why Andrea Principi taking off on the inside, right foot forwards, double front roll with a backhand. It's a mega loop and board flips as well, and he takes a dodgy landing.
That was good. There was 2 board flips at least in there, and he just throws the finger down. Wow. That was brilliant. Oh, that was brilliant.
Looks like they're going to push through here. I think they're going to push through. The race director must have seen it does look suitable because it only takes a minute or 2 of lulls, and that's in their head. Look at that sunset. That is such a beautiful sight. There were dolphins out there earlier, Ruben. I was there.
100%, Brute. That's where they live.
Oh, I was a bit surprised, I've got to be honest.
Not often you see them, yeah.
Well,
True, no,
I was
dolphins.
expecting to see them on the golf course, to be honest.
Yeah. Right, we're going to get a quick replay here. Ruben, talk us through Zac Adams' trick.
Zac Adams diving forward here and not feeling it in this trick. Unfortunately, not getting the takeoff you hoped. So then he doesn't have the right line tension. Oh, skipping out.
What a deal.
Still kind of kept his board with him. Very impressive. But yeah, it looks like he is struggling to keep up with our current king, Andrea Principi, who always seems to be very well composed.
And another interesting point for Andrea Principi. Let's talk through his move as we switch, interestingly, over, possibly because he was the first to take off there, Zac Adams. I'm surprised Andrea took to the skies. But talking about Andrea, because of his seeding as #1, he was last to go in round 1. Conditions had changed. Here he is again, last to go in round 3. Conditions have changed.
Yet again, exactly, yeah. So here's a quick replay. We missed this from Andrea Principi. Dirty loop, board or front rotation.
Boogie loop.
Oh, boogie loop, my bad.
Boogie,
I'm just reading the description in the back.
backhand.
Just reading the description on the back there.
Okay, jumps over the first wave, does Principi's hunt. Here he goes. Looks like he might connect here as the wind does seem to have come down. It's a back roll, mega loop. He's kicked the board off and dropped it. I wonder now, there's 2 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. This puts the pressure on the race director now because for me, the wind has dropped a little bit.
Well, the guys are still reaching up to 17-meter jump height, so they still kind of make it work, but it is a bit of a challenge. They have to find it. Doesn't look like there's a lot of spray coming from Zac's board.
It's always tough for a race director here to look at it and see all these scores on the board and think, well, the wind's dropped a bit, you know, I'm going to cancel. This could be a big one.
This is big for Zac. He's going to stick it. Oh, well done by the American. He needed that. With just under 2 minutes left in this heat. As you say, the wind playing games on us as well. Who can adapt the best in this scenario?
And now Andrea cannot jump because Zac is downwind of him and he doesn't want to jump in his neck.
He's going to jump anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He's going
to take him back upwind. I think he's going to jump to the beach.
I think this heat is going to be more down to their top 3 tricks now because I don't think they're going to get big 6.5s of variation. This for me is about upping your scores. So Zac is leading. Andrea Principi needs to up his 6.58.
But in terms of variety, I think Andrea's got him, so the overall impression score will go his way, I guess.
If he's got over 6.5.
If he's landing this, which is still tricky on the inside.
Let's take a look.
At the moment, and both riders have 3 overall impression scores, 3 unique scores. Both of them are level with that. You can see on here on your scores on the website under results. So both riders have 3 tricks that are unique, which will count towards the overall impression. So at the moment, gents, it's very neck and neck when you look at that 0.07 difference here with less than a minute left.
Andrea has got a little bit more amplitude and a little bit more distance in his trick, so that might help.
That might push him over with those 3 points that we've been speaking about on and off. So
this last 30 seconds is going to be massive here. He's checked his watch going out. He'll know it's neck and neck. He wouldn't want to be in this position. Quick check over his shoulder to see what's going on. He's going to send one right foot forwards. It could be unhooked, perhaps. No, it's not. It's
not a lot of height on that one.
And he's given himself time to go left foot forward as well, has the champion. Unbelievable riding to pull this in 30 seconds. I challenge you to do this in 30 seconds.
No.
What? My goodness, this is incredible!
Zac Adams doing the boomerang.
No way!
Just when he needs it most. But will Andrea Principi still unhook on the buzzer?
Oh,
did Andrea Principi go for another last-minute trick? Did we miss it?
We will know now, but are we going to see the king dethroned? This will be the first time that he does not make the final since he has debuted. Wow, and there goes the double buzzer indicating the end of today. But sit on the edge of your seats as we wait for the scores to drop.
Here,
Oh.
this is the trick. Oh no, this is Zac Adams here with a back roll, kite loop, and then a boomerang board flip. Look at that. I think that, four
my
flips.
word.
What a take.
And I think that is a move Andrea Principi actually invented. So
yeah.
now he's getting it handed back to him right when he doesn't want it.
Oh.
This could be a big deal.
Let's see, guys.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, well, here's the highlights. James, talk us through this as we
Back roll,
mouth-wateringly
half
wait.
cap with a dirty loop and a board flip here from Andrea Principi, and so clean on this powerful. Oh no, this
but
was
that's
not
when
a
we
clean
thought
one.
we thought he'd raised a hand there and crashed, but he repaired the damage very quickly, going straight into double back roll, dirty loop with a board flip as well, spinning around multiple rotations, and he looked like he picked up the level, but the wind was stronger at the start. But here, this is where Zac Adams right at the end with the boomerang. Where did that even come from?
Wow, but it wasn't that high. Of course, it was very technical, but it wasn't that high. So I think Andrea Principi is still in the running to make it for a third crown in a row. No, Zac Adams, no way.
There it is. Dropping
A big
the
difference as
upset
well.
of the year, arguably the upset of a couple years, as the current king is dethroned by the American, upping him on all levels. Look at that, an 8.06, which he got for that boomerang maneuver, Zac Adams. But look at that, nailing Andrea, even on the impression score at a 6.2. This was unbelievable.
This is what it looks like to not make your dreams come true, guys. This is not what Andrea Principi came to do. He came here to make history, to claim that third crown in a row at the Red Bull King of the Air. But he got overtaken by Zac Adams from America. And Zac is, of course, over the moon and made it into the semifinals.
What a moment for Zac Adams this is. What a moment in Red Bull King of the Air history to see that move. I don't think that move's ever been landed at King of the Air. The one that we believe Andrea Principi invented, done back at him, which definitely gave him the edge. They were so close. And look, there they're finding out. There is the jubilation for the United States. Zac Adams there knocking out the double champion, looking to go for the hat trick. And what a moment this is. The drama, the family are there. He can't believe it, guys.
No, this is raw emotions from the king, but hold your head up high. Andrea Principi, brilliante effort from him throughout the year and now, but look at these opposing emotions. Mom there to comfort and console of a devastated Italian, but Zac Adams, the American, will be absolutely elated.
Oh, look at that. The love for both of these riders, winner or loser. We are all winners here. And this is what 1 year of hard work and visualization comes down to for Andrea Principi, our two-time Red Bull King of the Air winner. But now kicked out in the Red Bull King of the Air 2025 by Zac Adams, who is absolutely on fire.
But I want you to see the two camera angles there as the incredible sportsman that he is, Andrea makes his way to fellow competitor Zac Adams. They will embrace each other.
I mean,
what a scene. What a scene.
You've got to be straight here, guys. It hasn't been Andrea's best year of his life. Lorenzo stole the show a little bit, you know. He's been winning more of the events. Andrea hasn't just dominated like we've seen. So maybe that just bringing that into this event just hasn't worked out. But you can't take this away from Zac Adams. The performance of his life at a time like this. He'll never forget this.
Yeah. Listen to this conversation, as you can probably hear it there.
Guys, you need to be proud of this guy. He gave it all and he deserved it. Nothing to say.
He gave me everything, man. This is the nicest guy you'll ever meet. This guy, I don't care how many championships, how many crowns he's won, he will motivate you more than anyone else. And during this heat, I knew I had to do something that would wow the world. And I caught it. I did it again. Oh my God.
I'm happy for this guy.
Absolutely incredible vibes here coming off Zac Adams, and what a sportsmanship, what a brotherhood this community is.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
What a moment. And nobody more than Andrea could understand this
Dad,
feeling. He's been
what
there. He
the
knows how that
hell
emotion,
just
that raw
happened?
emotion
Does this
feels,
live
and that
up
was
to
lovely
your
to have.
wildest dream or what?
Like I said last year, I just threw the board and it came back to me.
Yes.
Oh my. But this time it wasn't just two. It was just more than I could count. Holy, this is a dream everyone could be living, man. Just work hard and you'll be here. Hey, I couldn't have done it without all my boys back home in Hood River, and especially my boys with me. Right, come here. Come here.
Zac Adams for president.
Raw emotions here. This is what it means to be a part of the Red Bull King of the Air. Wow, unbelievable performance. Parker Sage, fellow American. Lewis, we're a bit stunned here for words in the booth, boys.
It's just too entertaining to watch, all this energy unleashed.
Guys, there is a nation that's emerged here in kiteboarding
Absolutely
today.
amazing performance from these guys. What an incredible action. I think the boys back in the booth have a lot to say about this very, very interesting moment of today. Let's hear them out.
Thank you, Therese. And the thing that's come to my mind here, I'm looking at the semis. 2 riders from the United States of America. Wow, they have put their country on the map big time here, boys.
100%. I mean, the big question was, will Andrea make history by winning the 3rd consecutive crown in a row? But unfortunately, he got stopped by this madman, Zac Adams, bringing equal, epic, positive energy to the whole community. And what a sportsmanship there from Andrea Principi, really taking it like a champ.
That was, and I couldn't agree more, Ruben. Taking it like a champ. It's tough. You've gone on to 3 podiums 3 years in a row, and you get knocked out in, ironically, round 3. So it's tough to deal with, but it's great to see the sportsmanship and camaraderie there between these guys. What a brilliant, gents, what a brilliant day we've seen so far. Let's recap a little bit.
Brilliant. It was a waiting game, bro.
Yeah, it was like, it's incredible. Let's take a quick recap. What have we seen so far today?
I don't know where to start. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I'm bamboozled by what I've just seen there, you know? Like, it always does that, kiteboarding, when you least expect it, the moments of magic like we just saw in that heat. I mean, we're only in the semi-finals, and we've just had unbelievable. Maybe the highlights can help us, remind us what we've done today, Ruben.
Ruben, final thoughts, my bro.
Let's hope. Parker Sage was on fire, as well as Lorenzo Casati and Leonardo, all making it through, as well as Zac Adams. So, yeah, taking on Ko and Van Dijk, Zac Adams is in the next round. So semi-finals are up next, and we'll have to wait for Mother Nature to bless us with some more magic. But let's take a quick look at all the action that went down earlier today.